Chapter 1136. Vermilion Bird Pavilion. The gloomy Lamb Tok Tea returned to his seat without saying a word. He picked up the wine jug on the table and poured the wine with his trembling right hand, causing it to overflow. However, Lamb Tok Tea didn't care at all. He picked up the wine cup and gulped it down. But the wine cup instantly turned into nothingness. Lamb Tok Tea's eyes revealed an ominous glint, but he clenched his fists and forcefully suppressed his anger. Although his heart was filled with resentment, he clearly knew what he should and shouldn't do. "You're not his match." The human demon Holy Lord's expression was calm, but his voice was hoarse. Lamb Tok Tea frowned and raised his head. "Although I'm not as strong as that Shui Yu Mei, as long as Master can trap her and let me fight Lin Feng alone, I'll definitely be able to kill him." Looking at Lamb Tok Tea, the human demon Holy Lord smiled. "The him I'm talking about is Lin Feng, not Heaven's Secret's disciple, Shui Yu Mei." Lamb Tok Tea was startled. It was as if a taut string had been loosened. His expression turned ugly. "How is that possible? That little fellow is very powerful. Although he's a saint, he can completely restrain his aura." The human demon Holy Lord's eyes flashed. "I remember that he was still at the Star Domain realm 2 years ago. I didn't expect him to progress so quickly in such a short time. He's indeed a scourge, and must be eliminated." He didn't expect this at all. Lamb Tok Tea's face was pale, but he didn't doubt the human demon Holy Lord's words. His master had no reason to lie to him about this. Since Master also believes that Lin Feng is a great threat, then why? Lamb Tok Tea raised his head and looked at the human demon Holy Lord in confusion. Suddenly, Shui Yu Mei's figure appeared in his mind and the words she said. Lamb Tok Tea's eyes lit up. This Lin Feng's background isn't simple. Heaven's Secrets thinks highly of him, Holy Lord Human Demon said in a low voice. "Heavenly Secret?" Lamb Tok Tea muttered, looking at the human demon Holy Lord in shock. "Teacher, are you talking about the Heavenly Secret, Holy Lord? Who else could it be?" "Humph." Holy Lord Human Demon snorted in disdain. Of the 12 Holy Lords of the human race, 9 of them were imprisoned by the Witch Sovereign like zombies. Only Peach Blossom, Yunchang, and Tianji are left. That bitch Peach Blossom is a solitary flower who never likes to meddle in other people's business. Besides, even if she had the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard, she wouldn't dare to offend me. As for Yunchang, he went crazy from practicing the spear and disappeared without a trace. Only this Tianji has always been against me." He felt indignant. It was clear that Rome wasn't built in a single day. Lamb Tok Tea frowned. "Teacher, didn't you say that the Heavenly Secret Holy Lord was heavily injured during the Second Great Witch Demon War and is no longer the same as before? Since he's such a hindrance, then why?" Lamb Tok Tea's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. "Why don't you just kill him?" "Kill my ass." Holy Lord Human Demon gritted his teeth in anger. Those who can survive the Second Great Witch Demon War aren't good people. Especially that old bastard Tianji. Back then, he mobilized the monster race, and even the monster sovereign went out personally. But what was the result? Letting out a long sigh, Holy Lord Human Demon looked at Lamb Tok Tea with a hint of fear in his eyes. "You think I don't want to kill that old bastard? Let me tell you, 3 times. A total of 3 times. The first time, I was King tricked into an ancient array. It took me 100,000 years and a layer of skin to crawl out." The human demon Holy Lord angrily stretched out a finger. Then, he angrily stretched out a second finger. "The second time was even more inexplicable. I was poisoned in a daze and slept for 200,000 years before waking up. And the third time..." Holy Lord Human Demon's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. "When I found him and was about to kill him, that mysterious cloud spear appeared out of nowhere. 3 spears. 3 spears and I was heavily injured. It took me all my wealth to recover 90% of my strength." Lamb Tok Tea was stunned. He didn't think that there would be such a grudge between the two. If that was the case, then this heavenly secret Holy Lord was too terrifying. Even a rotten ship has 3 nails. Disciple, remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't mess with Tianji. Holy Lord Human Demon let out a long sigh. If he wasn't afraid of heaven's wrath and didn't dare to use heavenly secret divination arts to kill your master, I would have died countless times. If I really annoyed him, he would break up with me. No one would have a good ending. Plus, your master came to the southern region for a big matter. This is such a great opportunity. I can't make any mistakes. Holy Lord Human Demon's eyes flashed. He slowly said, 1 foot, 1 foot. Tianji's intentions are clear. If I advance 1 foot, he will return 1 foot. I will sell him this favor and let Lin Feng go. Then we will mind our own business. He won't interfere with what I do in the future. So that's how it is. Lam Tok Ti nodded. But are we going to let that bastard Lin Feng go? Lam Tok Ti's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was still unwilling. If you have the ability, go kill him yourself. Holy Lord Human Demon glanced at him and said indifferently, but don't blame me for not warning you. With your current strength, your chances of winning are less than 50%. His voice was calm, but it was like a sword piercing Lam Tok Ti's heart. Lam Tok Ti's expression became even more unsightly. Why is it like this? Lam Tok Ti gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred. His trembling body was filled with hatred. To Lam Tok Ti, this was the motivation that kept him moving forward. But now it seemed to have become an unreachable wish. Could it be that he could only watch as Lin Feng became stronger and stronger, but he couldn't do anything about it? He was unwilling. Look at you. What have you become? Holy Lord Human Demon said coldly. Hatred has really blinded your mind. I've only allowed Lin Feng to live for a few more months. Not to mention that I won't have to worry about heaven's will after the matter in the southern region is settled. Lin Feng might not be able to escape another calamity. Lam Tok Ti was startled. Master, what do you mean? Holy Lord Human Demon smiled coldly. Did you forget what Lin Feng said just now? Cleverness overreaches itself. I'm afraid he's digging his own grave this time. Holy Lord Human Demon's eyes flashed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. All we need to do now is give him a gentle push, and he'll naturally fall off the cliff. He'll fall and shatter into pieces. Jia. On the other side, Lin Feng and Shui Yumei sped away from the Vermilion Bird Realm. They returned to Shirluo County. With their speed, they quickly arrived at the Lin clan through the transportation array. Everyone was a guest, especially Shui Yumei, who was sent by the heavenly secret Holy Lord. Lin Feng was indebted to her, and she was also Fang Ning's senior sister. Lin Feng naturally had to act as a host. After all, he was planning to return to the clan this time. After all, his foster father and Yumal were both in the clan. Now that he was a member of the Lin clan, he naturally had to do his best. The young clan leader is back. Quick. Go and inform the clan leader and elders that the young clan leader is back. Haha, what a joyous occasion. The clan was in an uproar. Lin Feng's return was like a bomb exploding, instantly igniting the clan's atmosphere. Faced with this situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't know how he had become the young clan leader, he could guess. It seems like you're very popular here, Shui Yumei said indifferently. Because I'm a part of this clan, Lin Feng said indifferently. There was a sense of belonging in his eyes. Ever since he found out about what had happened that day, he no longer hated the Lin clan, especially his foster father. In order to help his parents, he had damaged the clan's interests and strength. He would remember this kindness. Is that so? Shui Yumei smiled faintly. I thought that you would look down on the human race because you have the bloodline of the ancient race. How is that possible? Lin Feng burst into laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I grew up in the human race, and my roots are deeply rooted. To me, the ancient race is a stranger. After a pause, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Moreover, I've never cared about their bloodline. In his impression, the ancient race was even worse than the sorcerer race. Of course, that was before he found out that the ancient Feng clan wasn't his enemy. But now the truth was still there. By the way, do you know the origin of the ancient race's enforcers? Lin Feng looked at Shui Yumei. Shaking her head, Shui Yumei's beautiful eyes sparkled. I don't have much experience. I grew up in the water curtain cave. Aside from cultivation, I know nothing about the outside world. Looking at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes, Shui Yumei said, and this time, I came to carry out my master's orders. I see. Lin Feng nodded. So, you've completed your mission? Shaking her head, Shui Yumei said, I can't be 100% sure. I can't guarantee that the human demon Holy Lord won't change his mind. My master told me to stay here for 3 days. As long as the human demon Holy Lord doesn't appear in 3 days, Lin Feng, your death tribulation will be over. Death tribulation? A bright light flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Obviously, Shui Yumei, no, it should be the heavenly secret Holy Lord's orders. If the human demon Holy Lord made a move, he had no chance of winning. Smiling helplessly, Lin Feng didn't feel disappointed. After all, the human demon Holy Lord was the 13th Holy Lord. He was one of the few human powerhouses who survived the Second Great Witch Demon War. It was normal for him to be weaker than him. Right, according to what you said, the human demon Holy Lord should be a very reclusive person. Lin Feng hesitated and asked, how did he get involved with Lam Tok Ti? Logically speaking, with Lam Tok Ti's wealth, he shouldn't be able to invite the human demon Holy Lord. It's simple. Shui Yumei said indifferently, Lam Tok Ti is the human demon Holy Lord's disciple. What? Lin Feng's expression changed and his brows furrowed. Lam Tok Ti was actually accepted as a disciple by the infamous and terrifying human demon Holy Lord? If he wanted to kill him, wouldn't he have to go through the human demon Holy Lord first? No, even if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't rest until he was dead. This kind of hatred couldn't be erased. And because of his relationship with the human demon Holy Lord, it seems like I'll have another Holy King as my enemy. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. His heart trembled. He was in trouble. Chapter 1137. That useless Dian Ho couldn't even deal with a bastard. Yeah, as an intermediate Dian Ho, I feel ashamed for him. I heard that the law enforcer Qi Tong was reprimanded by the divine envoy because of this. 2 young men in strange clothes were chatting. They were wearing the same clothes and had the same appearance. Although they were not very strong and looked a little thin, their auras were quite strong. The most surprising thing was that both of them wore a strange ring on their thumbs. If Lin Feng saw it, he would be shocked. Because it was exactly the same as the dragon head ring worn by Dian Ho. Law enforcers of the ancient clan. Among the 2 young men, the thinner one had the same aura as Dian Ho, and the flashing mark on his forehead was exactly the same as Dian Ho's. As for the other young man, his body was covered with lightning. He was slightly stronger and had an imposing appearance. Whether it was his aura or his speech, he seemed to be better than the young man covered in lightning. On his forehead, there was a mark like a roaring thunder dragon. At this moment, what are you talking about? A faint voice came from not far away with an intimidating aura. Lightning messenger. Brother! The 2 young men stood up and cupped their hands. The person who came was not very tall, but he had a domineering aura. It was the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. His face was strong, his cheekbones were thin, his thin eyebrows were raised, and his buzz-cut hair was fluttering in the wind. On his forehead, There was the same mark as the young man with the thunder dragon, but it was brighter, deeper, and more attractive. Senior Law Enforcer, Lei Xiong. The two young men were intermediate law enforcers Lei Ba and Dian Long. Nothing, brother. Lei Ba smiled. We were just talking about Dian Ho. This guy is really useless. He can't even complete a small task, and you have to clean up his mess for him. It's true that Dian Ho died. Lei Xiong looked serious. The law enforcer and I talked about this task. Although there is no evidence, I'm afraid the ancient Feng clan is involved. The clan leader, Feng Chao, is very protective. Since Lin Feng is his grandson, it's not surprising that he protects him. Then what should we do, Lightning Messenger? Dian Long frowned. Don't worry. I don't think the ancient Phoenix clan would dare to go against the Divine Hall openly. Lei Xiong said slowly. Perhaps Feng Chao will send an expert to secretly protect Lin Feng, but he will definitely not invite a Saint King-level existence. At that time, I'll hold that expert back, and the two of you can quickly kill Lin Feng. No problem, big brother. Lei Ba patted his chest and said boldly. All right. Dian Long also smiled and said confidently, no matter who it is, Lei Ba or I, we are both much stronger than Dian Ho. Killing a mere human is extremely easy. Lei Xiong nodded and said seriously, don't underestimate the enemy. Remember, complete the mission cleanly. Not only does the law enforcer attach great importance to this matter, but it has also attracted the attention of the Oracle. We can't afford to make any mistake. Yes. The two replied in unison. Lin Clan. At this moment, the atmosphere was completely boiling. Lin Feng was now very famous, not to mention the entire Lin clan, who didn't know him in the Qianluo district and the entire Shiluo prefecture. He had broken the monopoly of the three major crafting families in the Vermilion Bird continent and won the craftsman's competition in one fell swoop. He had even entered the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union and assumed the position of vice president. This alone had shocked the entire Shiluo prefecture. Moreover, Lin Feng's outstanding performance in the Vermilion Bird Challenge was even more well known. He had as many as 118 million points and was at the top of the list. Even if the challenge was not over, everyone knew that it was impossible for anyone to break this terrifying score that exceeded the record by more than 3 times. Lin Feng had won the championship of the Vermilion Bird Challenge, and the dust had already settled. All that was missing was the final announcement. Not to mention Shiluo Prefecture, even in the Vermilion Bird continent, the name Lin Feng had already become a legend. Because of Lin Feng's legend, the Lin clan's power was also rising at an almost crazy speed. Moreover, because of Lin Feng's gift, the clan's pockets were full. Whether it was treatment, wealth, status, or future, they had become the most attractive force in Shiluo Prefecture, attracting countless experts. In particular, the title of Young Clan Leader moved everyone's hearts. Today, Lin Feng's reputation in the world of craftsmen in the southern region was almost on par with Lady Nangong. In the clan's hall. So that's how it is. Lin Feng smiled freely. His adoptive father knew how to take advantage of him and thoroughly used him. However, this was not a big deal. In fact, he also wanted to do something for the clan to make it stronger. Haha, anyway, Lin Feng, you are my adoptive son, so you are the young clan leader. Lin Jin laughed heartily. Moreover, you are the son of Xiaotian and also have the direct bloodline. The position of clan leader should be taken by the capable. In terms of strength and ability, my 2 sons can't compare to you. If you are willing to take over the clan, you can do so at any time. Patting his chest, Lin Jin laughed heartily. I'll immediately abdicate, and all the elders and grand elders will agree to it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone agreed in unison, including the clan's chief craftsman, Lin Yan, and the chief steward, Lin Zhong, all nodded in agreement. Lin Feng's name was like the shadow of a tree. Everyone clearly knew that Lin Feng was now the pillar of the Lin clan. He was irreplaceable. No, I can't handle the complicated clan affairs. Lin Feng smiled. Adoptive father, you are the most suitable person to take the position of clan leader. I will temporarily take the title of young clan leader. The surrounding people laughed and the atmosphere was harmonious, but they did not have many opinions. Good. Lin Jun smiled heroically and did not back down. He stood up and picked up his wine cup. He said heroically, "Come, let's toast to young clan leader." Good. Come. Fill it. Everyone stood up with smiles on their faces and raised their cups to Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. Times had changed. Everyone knew that the Lin clan today had been deeply imprinted with the label of Lin Feng. If they left Lin Feng, the Lin clan was nothing and would be beaten back to its original state. With a faint smile, Lin Feng stood up and drained his cup in one gulp. In fact, how could he not know that whether it was clan leader or young clan leader, they were just empty titles? Even if the current clan leader was Lin Jun, as long as he said a word, no one in the Lin clan would say no. This was the reality. Power. And this power was brought about by strength. With his eyes twinkling, Lin Feng could not help but think of when he had just entered Shirluo County. He thought of how he had climbed up the great path step by step until now, when he was able to control the entire clan. During this period, he had experienced too much. Exhaling softly, Lin Feng's eyes regained light and he smiled. However, this so-called power was not important to him at all. It could even be said that he did not care at all, because he had never taken the initiative to fight for it. Everything had happened naturally. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would have everything. Compared to this, he cared more about family and brotherly love. Also, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Lin Yuma beside him. He nodded gently with a faint smile. This time, when he came to Shirluo County and returned to the Lin clan, his greatest gain was her. Lin Yuma, who had been betrothed to him before they were born, but because of this marriage, her family had fallen. Because of him, she had suffered too much. What he owed her, he would never be able to repay in this lifetime. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng took Lin Yuma's soft and seemingly boneless hand. The latter moaned, and in an instant, her face flushed red as if she was drunk. Lin Feng's action was undoubtedly to announce their relationship. At this time, the entire hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on each other. There was surprise, envy, and many realization. After all, everyone present knew about Lin Yuma's past. Here, I would like to announce something to all of you. Lin Feng smiled and gently took Lin Yuma's hand. He looked around and said, I, Lin Feng, will officially marry Lin Yuma as my wife in 3 days. I will hold your hand and grow old together with you. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned by this sudden news, including Lin Yuma herself. Her beautiful face, which was so red that it was almost dripping juice, was filled with endless surprise. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. At this moment, her heart seemed to stop beating. But in an instant, the surprise on her face turned into surprise, and then instantly turned into thick sweetness and happiness. She lowered her head shyly. At this time, boom! The entire hall exploded into a cacophony of cheers and cries of joy. Congratulations, 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 young clan leader! Long live to a ripe old age! Everyone was beaming with joy as they congratulated him. Even Shui Yumei, who was standing at the side, had a faint smile on her face. There was even an imperceptible envy in her eyes. As a woman, what she wanted the most was not to have strong strength. Instead, she hoped to have a happy marriage and have a family. Lin Yuma's full chest rose and fell continuously. Her heart was beating extremely fast. For her, happiness came too suddenly. She never thought that Lin Feng would propose to her at this time. She, who had always been calm and wise, was now in a mess. But it was a mess of surprise and joy. All of her emotions turned into a feeling, and that was happiness. Haha, I'm definitely going to be the wedding officiator. Lin Jun laughed heartily and looked around. Pass down my order. In the next 3 days, all members of the Lin clan are to stop what they are doing and focus on the wedding. Make it as grand as you can. Inform everyone. Yes, clan leader. No problem. Laughter filled the hall, and the atmosphere was completely ignited. Everyone was immersed in joy. The young clan leader was about to get married. Lin Feng smiled calmly and held Lin Yuma's hand. He felt the beauty's palm was slightly moist, so he gently squeezed it. He wasn't being impulsive. He had thought about this decision for a long time. He really needed to give Yuma a status, an affirmation, or rather, a responsibility. Shui Yume had said that if the Holy Lord of the Human Demon didn't come 3 days later, he would be considered to have passed this calamity. After marrying Yuma, the matter in Shirluo Prefecture would come to an end. At that time, he could leave with peace of mind. Looking at Lin Yuma, Lin Feng smiled, and a faint happiness rose in his heart. Holding her hand and growing old together. It was a very simple promise, but it was his promise. Chapter 1138. A major earthquake. The news quickly spread at the speed of light. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Not only in Shirluo County, but also in the entire Vermilion Bird continent. The current Lin Feng was too famous. He was the chief artificer of the Vermilion Bird continent, the vice president of the Union of Artificers, and the champion of the Vermilion Bird Challenge. He was not even 30 years old. He was so young and promising, as dazzling as a comet. Who didn't want to get to know him? Who didn't want to establish a relationship with him? It was just like being on good terms with the Lin clan. What the major factions valued was not the strength of the Lin clan, but Lin Feng. He was the true center of attention. In an instant, countless star sector-level powerhouses and the upper echelons of the major factions flooded into Shirluo County. The small Qianluo district was overcrowded. The major families, sects, and even the Chamber of Commerce of Shirluo County had already paid a visit and sent gifts in advance. Lin Jun, as the patriarch and host of the wedding, was very busy. On one hand, he had to take care of the wedding arrangements, and on the other hand, he had to welcome all the distinguished guests. As the patriarch, he had to take care of everything. Those who came to visit and send gifts were all important figures. How could he offend them? The elders and grand elders of the family, even if they usually did not care about the family affairs, came out to support the situation and welcomed the guests with smiles on their faces. However, it was far from enough. There were too many guests. So many that Lin Jun was almost numb. Although he was prepared, he still underestimated Lin Feng's influence. This was a shocking wedding. On the other hand, the people involved were very relaxed. Lin Yuma, accompanied by Lin Lingma and the others, tried on the bride's clothes and matched them with all kinds of things that would be used on the wedding day. He happily prepared for the wedding. As for Lin Feng, he was peacefully staying in the mansion. He was either chatting with Shui Yume, exchanging pointers with each other, or playing with Guan En and Guan Qing. Guan En and Guan Qing were already ripe for the picking. One of them had a left braid, while the other had a right braid. They were very cute. In the large courtyard, the two girls were running around happily, chasing butterflies. From time to time, they would pick flowers and play around. It was filled with laughter. "Thank you, young master." Guan Zhong's voice was hoarse and slightly choked. It was rare for such a big man to reveal his true feelings. To Guan Zhong, Guan En and Guan Qing were his everything. "You're welcome. It's just a small matter." Lin Feng smiled. "I've said that when I have the ability, I'll fulfill my promise to you. I'll make Guan En and Guan Qing healthy again, so that they can run and play happily like their peers." Looking at the two cheerful little elves, Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. First, it was the extreme Yang Soul returning pill. Then, it was the pure yang jade pendant. But no matter which one it was, they could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The amount of money needed to treat the two women was quite astonishing. At that time, he couldn't afford it, but now, it was just a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, the heaven and earth treasures used to treat the two women were not bought, but given by the Luo clan's Chamber of Commerce. Hundreds of thousands of star crystals, millions of star crystals, to him, it was just a few times of refining. Money was indeed important for those below the Saint Realm, but for Saint Realm existences, money was just a number. It didn't count for anything. The only thing that could decide everything was strength. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only strength could control one's fate and decide everything. The last day. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He crossed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. He didn't panic. If the human demon Holy Lord was looking for him, then he would come. Hiding was not a solution. Even if he could hide, could his clansmen and his loved ones? Instead of running away in a sorry state, he might as well take a gamble and see if the human demon Holy Lord was determined to kill him. Moreover, in his opinion, Shui Yume must have something else up her sleeves. Otherwise, why would she give him a time limit of 3 days? If she didn't have the confidence to stop the human demon Holy Lord, what was the point of staying? She had already done everything she could. Was she going to die with him? The reason was simple. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The human demon Holy Lord didn't appear. This didn't seem to be out of Shui Yume's expectation. She stayed behind just in case. With the human demon Holy Lord's decisiveness, if he wanted to kill you, he would have appeared on the first day. Shui Yume smiled indifferently. 3 days have passed. The last half of him might have already been buried. Congratulations, Lin Feng. Happy marriage. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. This was the first time Shui Yume said happy marriage to him. She meant that he didn't need to worry about the human demon Holy Lord and could get married without worry. I'm leaving. Nice to meet you. Shui Yume's eyes flickered, revealing her slender but powerful arm. Lin Feng was startled. Although he shook her hand, he frowned slightly. Aren't you going to attend my wedding? No. Shui Yume smiled. Shui Yume smiled faintly, but there was a trace of loneliness in her smile. My task has been completed, so it's time to return and report to Master. 1 was 1, 2 was 2. Lin Feng looked at Shui Yume. He knew her character very well. As the great senior sister of the Water Curtain Cave, Shui Yume did things swiftly and decisively. In public, your mission is complete. Lin Feng smiled and held Shui Yume's hand. He didn't let go, but in private, I hope to invite you to attend my wedding as a friend. I wonder if you'll do me the honor? Friend. Shui Yume was startled. For her, this was a word that had never appeared in her life. During these 3 days in the estate, she and Lin Feng would frequently discuss cultivation and spar with each other, and they'd indeed established a pure friendship between them. Thinking about it, her heart warmed. Looking at Lin Feng's sincere smile, Shui Yume gently closed her eyes. After pondering for a moment, she opened her eyes and smiled. All right? They looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. A grand occasion. A wedding that could shake the entire Shiluo County. Lin Feng and Lin Yuma. One of them was the most famous proud son of heaven, while the other was equally famous in Shiluo County. The #1 beauty in Shiluo County. Her admirers could almost circle the entire county. It was her first time participating in the weapon refining master competition, but she had already obtained an excellent ranking. She was greatly praised by Lady Nangong. The entire Qianluo district held a banquet, and the wedding was held in the main city of the Lin clan. Whether it was the inner city or the outer city, everything was open to receive the distinguished guests. The entire Lin clan was overcrowded. Of course, they were all here for Lin Feng. Receiving the distinguished guests one by one, Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face. He nodded from time to time and greeted them cordially. Perhaps, if it were up to him, it would be enough for him to receive the sincere blessings of some of his friends and relatives. It would be just like the wedding he held in the kingdom of Maru. But he hoped to give Yuma a perfect wedding. He hoped that more people and more blessings would make Yuma the happiest bride. As for how he felt, that was secondary. Congratulations, Master Lin Feng. In front of him, a man in luxurious clothes walked over elegantly. His hair was braided, and he was dressed in an extremely unique way. Long time no see, Master Yanqing. Lin Feng smiled and reached out to shake his hand. Ha! Yanqing laughed. I didn't expect the little guy from back then to have become a famous weapon refining master in Shirluo County. TSK. Yanqing murmured a few times and shook his head regretfully. With your talent, Lin Feng, if you had followed me to learn the pattern inscription master, you would have definitely surpassed me. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect Yanqing to still remember. Master Yanqing, you're exaggerating, Lin Feng said with a smile. Haha, I'm just saying. Yanqing laughed. Congratulations on your marriage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Master Yanqing arrived. Then, Pulsatilla, Madame Orange, and the other 9 magnates of Shirluo County, as well as the top 10 experts, personally came to congratulate them. Although they weren't familiar with each other, who would dare to not come? Now, Lin Feng was not only the vice president of the Union of Artificers, but also a true saint. The news of the Vermilion Bird Realm had long spread. Perhaps ordinary warriors didn't know, but how could these top figures of Shirluo County not know? If they didn't come, wouldn't they offend Lin Feng? They couldn't wait to curry favor with him. Wow! There was a commotion. This time, the arrival of 2 men and 1 woman caused everyone to step aside. County City Governor Wang Mo, Inspector Bing Yun, and Enforcer Tu Dao. 1 master and 2 envoys, the top figures of Shirluo County, had arrived. Their usually cold faces were now filled with smiles, especially County City Governor Wang Mo, who was full of smiles and looked very friendly. Lin Feng smiled and agreed. He vaguely remembered that he was so insignificant in front of County City Governor Wang Mo that day. He couldn't even see him when he raised his head. At that time, he still had to rely on the obsidian token he gave him. But now a Wang Mo had to constantly flatter him and flatter him. Lin Feng looked at Inspector Bing Yun and nodded lightly. Speaking of which, he still owed Bing Yun a favor that day. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng's hands flashed. Instantly, 2 green lights flashed from his left and right hands. They were extremely dazzling and shocking. The surrounding people instantly exclaimed in surprise. Extremely dense energy, the aura of a star sector grade. Obviously, this was an Earth-rank innate treasure, and it was a green effulgence weapon. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Just an Earth-rank orange effulgence weapon would cost hundreds of thousands of star crystals, and the price would increase tenfold with each level. An Earth-rank green effulgence weapon would cost at least tens of millions of star crystals. But Lin Feng took out 2 of them at once. How shocking! And the most shocking thing was what Lin Feng said next. Pick one, Inspector, Lin Feng said with a smile. I owe you a favor that day. It's time to pay it back. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath. Everyone was stunned. A favor worth tens of millions of star crystals. Was this a joke? Not only was everyone stunned, even Bing Yun herself was stunned. As for County City Governor Wang Mo, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. Chapter 1139. The importance of Xiantian treasures to martial artists went without saying. Even saints had a great need for Xiantian treasures, especially high-grade Earth-rank Xiantian treasures. Lin Feng was well aware of this. When he had fought with Thousand Love Emperor for the first time, He had been completely defeated even though his strength was on par with hers. It was because he lacked a suitable Sciention treasure. For a peak star sector level martial artist, a good Sciention treasure could increase his battle power by 30%, 50%, or even 100%. It's really a green effulgence weapon. Master Lin Feng is indeed Master Lin Feng. People with power and status are indeed different. Awesome. This is what it means to be rich enough to rival a country. Using tens of millions of star crystals to repay a favor. Wow, the patrol inspector is going to make a killing this time. Whispers could be heard from the crowd. Patrol Inspector Bing Yun's expression changed slightly, and hesitation could be seen in her eyes. She had indeed done Lin Feng a favor that day, but it wasn't because of Lin Feng's potential or anything else. It was mostly because of Saint Shakala's face. However, such a generous gift, she was truly shocked. She raised her head slightly and looked at the ordinary-looking young man in front of her. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed, and she felt an indescribable complicated feeling in her heart. She didn't expect that the young man who she could easily take her life with a wave of her hand was now standing high above her head, out of her reach. Looking at the green effulgence weapon in front of her, she would be lying if she said she wasn't tempted. However, this favor from Lin Feng was too heavy. Tens of millions of star crystals. Just this Sciention treasure alone was far more than her entire fortune. Bing Yun's beautiful face was full of hesitation. Beside her, County City Lord Wang Mo was even more anxious than Bing Yun. He looked at the bright green light and his breathing quickened. If it were him, he wouldn't care about face right now. This kind of gift was like a meat pie falling from the sky. It would be a waste not to take it. Unfortunately, stupid, why didn't I think of helping him that day? Wang Mo was filled with regret. Now that Lin Feng was famous, no matter how much he flattered, it would be useless. If he had helped Lin Feng when he was down and out, wait. Wang Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He was pleasantly surprised and said, Master Lin Feng, do you still remember the incident at the famous tower? The shining dark token? Wang Mo blinked his eyes meaningfully. His heart was in a mess, and he was rather nervous. That day, the reason he helped Lin Feng settle the dispute and gave him the obsidian token was partly because of Lin Feng's potential, but it was mostly because of the little princess, Shi Jixin, and Shagaruta behind her. No matter how smart Wang Mo's Wang's. But now, it seemed that he had hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck. Of course I remember. Lin Feng smiled. Seeing the change in Wang Mo's expression, how could he not know what he was thinking? Regardless of whether Wang Mo valued him or did it for Shi Jixin, Lu Qing still owed him a favor. Since he had to return the favor, there was no need to favor one and discriminate against the other. Moreover, with Wang Mo's personality and his status in Shirluo County, it might not be a bad thing to have a good relationship with him. I originally planned to give these two Earth-ranked effulgence weapons to you and the patrol. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Mo's heart was beating violently. His face was filled with joy. However, he pursed his lips and suppressed the excitement in his heart, as if he was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. He turned to Bing Yun and forced a smile. Bing Yun, since you are a celestial spirit master, this staff is suitable for you. Take it. Then, without waiting for Bing Yun to respond, he stuffed the green staff into her hand. His eyes flashed. With a light smile, Wang Mo picked up the two green rings and put them into his bag. Wang Mo cupped his hands and said, Since it is Master Lin Feng's kind intentions, I, Wang Mo, will accept it. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded. Speaking of which, it wasn't a bad thing to be on good terms with someone as tactful as Wang Mo. City Lord Wang is too polite. In the future, I will have to trouble you to look after the Lin clan, Lin Feng said with a smile. Don't mention it. As long as Master Lin Feng is here, who would dare to have any ideas about the Lin clan? Wang Mo patted his chest. Anyone who dares to go against the Lin clan is going against me, Wang Mo. With City Lord Wang's words, I am relieved, Lin Feng said softly. Thus, he was able to let go of his last worry. With his reputation and Wang Mo, the local bully, watching over the clan, there shouldn't be any big problems. Unless, in his mind, he suddenly thought of the events from 20 years ago. He thought of the scarred man he killed and the dragon head ring on his thumb. If the Lin clan was really in danger, unless the other party had the tyrannical power of the ancient race that could ignore everything. However, the possibility was not high. The arrival of Wang Mo, Bing Yun, and the others, as well as the gift of innate treasures, set off a climax. However, what everyone didn't expect was that this was only the beginning. Following the appearance of 3 plainly dressed figures with faint auras, the entire wedding reached a true climax. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified aura. His forehead flashed with a faint golden light. His hands were behind his back, and his steps were steady and unhurried. However, every step he took gave off a mysterious feeling. Behind him, on the left, was a woman with a veil on her face. She wore an elegant white dress. On the right was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He had a rippling smile on his face, giving off a cynical feeling. Greetings, sage. Wang Mo and the other 2 knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. In an instant, all the noise disappeared in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the 3 people in shock. They were completely dumbfounded. Greetings, greetings, sage. In an instant, a commotion broke out. Everyone followed suit and half knelt on the ground. Although the scene was chaotic, their movements were orderly. Rise. Today is the big day of Brother Lin and Brother Lin. Everyone, there is no need to care about these meaningless formalities, Shagaruda said softly. That's right. Why are you being so polite? I didn't see you kneeling just now. Bei Mingbu curled his lips. Just now? Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't understand what was going on. On the contrary, Wang Mo, Bing Yun, and Tu Dao were the first to react. Their expressions changed. Especially Wang Mo. He was indeed worthy of being the county city lord. His mind worked very quickly. He turned to look at Lin Feng and said with a trembling voice, Master Lin Feng, don't tell me you've already become a sage? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Bing Yun and Tu Dao couldn't believe it. They looked at Shagaruda and the other 2. Behind Bei Mingbu and Madame Bai, there was a faintly discernible constellation flickering. This was the mark of becoming a sage. However, there was nothing behind Lin Feng. Could it be Lin Feng was the same as Shagaruda? Bing Yun and Tu Dao looked over in shock. At this time, Lin Feng just happened to be smiling calmly and nodding. Yes, I have indeed become a sage. A simple sentence, a calm voice. However, it caused the entire Lin clan to be turned upside down, as if there was an earthquake. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath. They looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. A sage blacksmith grandmaster. In the Douling world, there was no one like him. Blacksmithing was a profession that consumed a lot of time and effort. Every blacksmith grandmaster put in a lot of effort into it. In the current Douling world, there wasn't a single blacksmith grandmaster who had become a sage. In the entire southern region, there wasn't even one in the Union of Artificers of the 9 regions. Even in history, it was extremely rare for a blacksmith grandmaster to become a sage. However, right now, Lin Feng had done it. He had easily done it at the age of 30. It can't be right? Even Lin Zhen was stunned. No one knew, not even the members of the Lin clan. There was no clear answer to the matter of Lin Feng becoming a sage. Although he had revealed his strength 3 days ago, Lin Feng didn't have any celestial bodies behind him, so it had always been a rumor. Even Shagera and Bai Mingbu had only confirmed it after seeing Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng had personally admitted it. This was shocking news like an earthquake. Lin Feng had become the 4th sage in Shirluo County. Moreover, he was a sage blacksmith grandmaster. It was completely different. The announcement of his identity made Lin Feng even more lofty in the eyes of the crowd. Respect, worship. Countless young cultivators here secretly took Lin Feng as a role model. Many women were even secretly attracted to him, admiring him greatly. Regardless of whether it was a blacksmith grandmaster or a sage, any one of them was already shocking enough. When the two were added together, it was extremely terrifying. Shigara's arrival was just the beginning. Next, important figures came one after another, including the former president of the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union, Wang Shi, the vice president, Ouyang Kuo, and even the honorary elders. Even Pang Hui of the Pang family, the former number 1 blacksmith family in Shirluo County, came with smiles on their faces. The current president, Lady Nangong, not only came, but also many sages. Most of them were beginner-level sages, and there were a few mid-level sages. It was naturally awkward for them to come to visit and make friends. But with Lady Nangong coming, these sages had a good reason to come. In an instant, more than 10 sages of the Lin clan flooded in, making the scene extremely shocking. The guests all stared with their eyes wide open, but they were almost numb. Usually it was like a dream to meet a sage, but now there were more than 10 of them. It was too shocking. On the other hand, Lin Feng didn't care. Perhaps in the past, he would have felt some respect for sages. But now they were on the same level, and even he was vaguely superior. With a faint smile, Lin Feng quietly looked at Lin Yuma. The latter was dressed up. She wore a red robe, which added a touch of flavor to her beauty. "Are you ready, my bride? The wedding is about to begin." "Yes." Lin Yuma shyly pursed her lips. Her slightly rouged little face looked so delicate that it could be broken by the wind, and she was blooming with happiness. Looking up, the two smiled at each other. Lin Feng smiled and gently held her soft and smooth hand. Marriage was a matter between two people. Yuma wasn't the only one who was happy. Right now, he was also very happy. But many things weren't perfect. Suddenly, bang! The thunderous sound of electricity cut through the entire space, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Lin Feng half turned his head, and his eyes shone brightly. An uninvited guest. Chapter 1140. Rumble. Boom. 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 There was a loud rumbling sound. Rubble filled the sky as it fell from the sky. It was the tallest tower in the inner city. It had just been completed not long ago. Lin Zhen had ordered people to build it at a high price. It was shaped like a flame, and at the top of the tower was a fiery red human-shaped stone sculpture, Lin Feng. It symbolized the clan's recognition and respect for Lin Feng's status in the Vermilion Bird Continent's craftsman competition. Of course, there were many factors involved, such as borrowing the wind. However, now, the tower, which was hundreds of feet tall, seemed to have been cut in half and collapsed from the center. The most eye-catching and representative stone sculpture at the top of the tower, Lin Feng, was completely shattered. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They were extremely shocked. Who did it? Someone actually came to cause trouble on Master Lin Feng's wedding day. Lin Zhen's expression was extremely ugly. Seeing the tower, which had just taken shape, fall was equivalent to slapping the Lin clan in the face. The guests who had come today were either rich or noble. Not only did they include the top figures in Shirluo Prefecture, but there were also many distinguished guests from other prefectures. Just the number of saints alone was more than 10. How glorious was that! The Lin clan could not afford to lose face like this. "Who is it? Come out!" Lin Zhen shouted angrily. His adopted son's wedding had been disrupted. As the adoptive father and clan leader, Lin Zhen had thousands of reasons to be angry. But he had obviously forgotten his own strength. He was not that strong. Clang! In an instant, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, forming a perfect 90-degree angle. It pierced through the smoke and dust that filled the sky like a poisonous snake biting down. It was silent and astonishingly fast, almost falling in an instant. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. Lin Zhen could not dodge at all. In fact, even if Lin Zhen had 3 heads and 6 arms, with his strength, he could not compete with such a terrifying force. In an instant, bang! A violent explosion sounded. There seemed to be a soft gasp of surprise in the air. Lin Zhen's face was pale as he stared in shock at the golden barrier in front of him. Illusory and real, layer upon layer, as if transparent, but with a bright luster and energy. Aries constellation mystery, starlight bulwark. Whoosh! His figure flickered and he appeared beside Lin Zhen. Just now, he was just a few steps away, so helping him was as easy as lifting a finger. Golden light blazed on his forehead as he stared at the sky. Although he had blocked the lightning bolt, his expression became even more serious. The strength of one's strength could be seen from the means, methods, and power of the attack. The strength of the one who came, it was quite terrifying. Who are you? Would you like to meet me for a chat? Shakala's voice was loud and clear as he spoke. His eyes were shining. In a split second, 2 rays of light flashed behind him as Baiming Bu and Madame Bai arrived. However, the faintly discernible celestial bodies behind the 2 of them were completely incomparable to Shagaruda's. Pung! His aura completely exploded. Everyone was attracted by the sound and raised their heads. The dust in the air slowly dissipated, revealing 3 thin figures, hazy and indistinct. As if a layer of fog had covered them, the 3 of them suddenly broke out of the fog, causing a commotion. Similarly, there were 3 martial artists. The leader was a long-browed man with thin cheekbones, and behind him were 2 youths, one on the left and one on the right, standing like door gods. High-level law enforcer, Lei Xiong. Intermediate-level law enforcer, Lei Ba Dianlong. They were dressed in simple clothing, and on their thumbs was a lifelike dragon head ring, indicating their identity. They were symmetrical with Shakala and the other 2. But their aura and power were far apart. Only Shakala could barely compare to them. Although he was only a middle-level saint, but he was a king constellation, and had powerful abilities. Compared to the high-level saints of normal constellations, his strength was not inferior. But that was compared to human martial artists. The 3 people in front of him were all ancient race with noble and powerful bloodlines. Shakala's aura was only on par with the 2 youths behind the long-browed man. Aries constellation Ha. Softly muttering, the man with long eyebrows looked at Shagaruda thoughtfully. The faint lightning dragon mark on his forehead suddenly lit up, not at all inferior to the Aries golden light on Shagaruda's forehead. The 2 auras collided directly, in an instant. Puff! Shakala spat out blood and retreated 3 steps, looking shocked. Ancient race elites? Shakala's eyes were full of shock, and he looked at the 3 of them in disbelief. Madame Bai and Bei Mingbu, who were about to help, immediately froze and their faces turned pale. The surrounding martial artists were already stunned. The 2 words ancient race were like a huge mountain, and it was unreachable. Lei Xiong's gaze swept across the crowd, and the lightning dragon mark on his forehead flashed. Lin Feng, come out. His voice was leisurely, but it carried a deep and majestic aura, and was extremely proud. Thunder flashed in Lei Xiong's eyes, and his body was surrounded by thick star energy, and his face was cold. They were looking for Lin Feng. Everyone looked at each other, feeling surprised, but also a little scared and terrified. After all, the people in front of them were genuine ancient race elites, and they were saint-level existences, and their auras were very strong. But they did not come to the temple without a reason. Putting everything else aside, just from the demeanor of these 3 ancient race elites, it was clear that they were here for something. They did not come with good intentions. Good people did not come. Pung! Pung! Two rapid and powerful energy blasted out. Behind Lei Xiong, Lei Ba and Yan Long blasted out two terrifying energy blasts from the left and right, and immediately shattered two other buildings in the inner city. The sound was loud and ear-piercing, and the earth seemed to be shaking. However, Lei Ba and Yan Long acted as if they had just done something insignificant, and their expressions did not change at all. Next time, it won't be these buildings. Lei Xiong's ancient voice fluctuated, and it was calm and indifferent. When it fell into the ears of the surrounding people, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it rapidly shook their hearts. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, as if they were suffocating. Not these buildings? Then what? This was simply a naked threat. Moreover, with the ancient race's style of doing things, they would definitely do what they said. In an instant, it caused a huge uproar. When everyone reacted, it was as if they had heard bad news, and they were about to immediately escape. Suddenly, "I'm here." The same calm voice slowly sounded. It was like a bright light in the darkness, full of faith and firm strength. The panicked and anxious people all stopped in their tracks and focused their eyes. From the crowd behind, three figures slowly walked out, one man and two women. Dressed in a valiant and neat attire, Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and he walked at the front. The two women behind him were extremely eye-catching, and they were both extremely rare beauties. They had the face of an angel and the figure of a devil. Especially the tall woman on the right, who was dressed in dragon-scale battle clothes, had a head of fiery red short hair, and a dragon-scale crown on her forehead, which gave off a special feeling of being in a foreign land. Hong Ling and Shui Yumei. Like a green leaf on a red flower, the appearance of Lin Feng and the other two instantly gathered everyone's attention. They were going head-to-head. Lin Feng and Lei Xiong instantly looked at each other, and their eyes shone brightly. "It's them?" Lin Feng's eyes brightened slightly, and his gaze fell on the dragon head rings on the thumbs of Lei Xiong and the two young men behind him. In fact, when he saw their attire, he had already guessed that it was them, because their attire was almost exactly the same as that of Dian Ho, who had died in the Sparrow King prison. Law enforcers. Fortunately, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he thought it was the Holy Lord of the Human Demon, but he didn't expect it to be the uninvited guests of the ancient race. Although the aura of the three of them was very strong, and even the weakest of them was stronger than that of Dian Ho, which he had spent a lot of effort to kill, but that was all. Oh! Lei Xiong was also quite surprised. According to the information, Lin Feng's strength should be at the star sector level, but now his aura was completely concealed, and he had obviously reached the saint level. Not only that, Lei Xiong's gaze fell on Hong Ling, and his eyes flashed slightly. "You have a saint-level contracted beast?" With his strength, he could naturally sense the invisible bond between the two of them. His gaze swept across them, and then fell on Shui Yumei, intermediate saint level, but it seems like there is something hidden. This thought flashed through his mind, but Lei Xiong didn't pay much attention to it. This was because the strength of humans was naturally different from that of the ancient race. The difference in aptitude was incomparable. In Lei Xiong's opinion, even the combined strength of Lin Feng and the other two wouldn't be as strong as that warrior from the Aries constellation. However, this wasn't what he was afraid of. Frowning slightly, Lei Xiong felt that it was strange. After searching for a while, he still couldn't sense the presence of any powerful warrior from the ancient race. At this moment, this is a personal grudge. Everyone, please step back for now to avoid being implicated. The wedding will not change, and it will be held according to the original schedule. I deeply apologize for causing everyone to panic, Lin Feng said lightly. As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. Everyone listened to these few words dumbfounded, and their hearts beat faster. What did Lin Feng mean? The wedding will be held as usual? Then these ancient race sages, not to mention the ordinary cultivators, even the saints, including Shigaro, were dumbfounded and aghast. Don't tell me. He wants to kill these 3 powerful warriors from the ancient race? Shigara was a little confused as he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. That faint back view looked so unfamiliar now. In an instant, the crowd scattered like birds. Lei Xiong and the other 2 were so angry that their faces turned green. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Even among the ancient race, as the law enforcers of the temple, they were highly respected. In the human world, no matter which domain they went to, they would be treated as VIPs. They would even be on equal footing with the Holy Lord. But now, how could they tolerate this? How could they tolerate this? Good, very good. Lei Xiong's eyes gleamed coldly as he touched the dragon head ring on his thumb. It seems like you are not willing to go back with us. In that case. After pausing for a while, Lei Xiong's lips curled into a cold smile. Then we will bring your corpse back. Is that so? Lin Feng smiled lightly. His gaze swept across the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had already dispersed. Although there were many warriors hiding, it was no longer a problem. With him as the center of the entire inner city, there was a large empty area, and this area was enough for him to fight. Bang! Lin Feng's eyes lit up completely. At this moment, all the strength of his evolved original body completely exploded. Chapter 1141. This was the first time he had revealed his true strength. The phoenix star seal on his forehead glowed brightly. With the star seal, one could hide their aura. Even a sage ruler would find it difficult to detect a martial artist's true strength without special abilities. The existence of the star seal had many secrets. And now it was not just a symbol. It also represented a martial artist's potential and true strength. Boom! Lin Feng's aura burst out in an instant, causing those warriors who were hiding in the dark to tremble in their hearts. That was an extremely terrifying power, like an unreachable mountain, which made people's hearts tremble in fear. Even the sages felt a deep and majestic pressure. So powerful! Shikala's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, he finally understood that Lin Feng was not just talking nonsense. He really had the strength to challenge an ancient race expert. Just this aura alone was much stronger than his. It was unbelievably strong. How on earth did he cultivate? At this moment, Shigara was completely stunned. Because he had personally witnessed Lin Feng's growth. Now Lin Feng had surpassed him. This was the 70% breakthrough. Other than the special eye ability, the 70% breakthrough was the legendary Great Path to break through to the sage level. It had endless power. It could draw on the power of heaven and earth to strengthen a martial artist's body in the most extreme way. Different paths of sages would increase a martial artist's strength differently. Martial artists who leaned toward the path of battle god would have a great increase in their physique and strength. Martial artists who leaned toward the path of celestial spirit master would have a great increase in their constellation sensitivity and cultivation of origin source energy. All of this depended on 3 main factors. First, the martial artist's foundation. If the power of heaven and earth was compared to a coefficient, then the stronger the martial god's foundation, the greater the increase. Secondly, the strength of the Tao of the saint. The more powerful the Tao of the saint, the greater the coefficient of the power of heaven and earth. Breaking through 70% of the saint realm was the best of all the Tao of the saint realm. Thirdly, the endurance of the body. Comparing the body to a container, regardless of its breadth, width, toughness, or other aspects, there would be an increase when one broke through to the saint realm. Similarly, breaking through to the saint realm would be different for different people. For example, Qian Lian Huang's endurance was far inferior to Lin Feng's. If the path of the saint was the lower limit for breaking through, then the body's endurance was the upper limit after breaking through. As for the main body, Lin Feng, who was proficient in the fire martial god, a fire spiritual master, his body had already reached its peak state. Although he was not as terrifying as his doppelganger, in the entire human world, even a rare genius like Qian Lian Huang was inferior to him. His body was pushed to the limit. Now, although Lin Feng's main body was on the path of an Empyrean god, his body was still the strongest among all the saints in the human world, and the power of a celestial spiritual master was even more terrifying. The 7 main stars were all full of star cultivators. The sensitivity between the star cultivators and the main stars was linked, which was the foundation of the martial artist's body. Breaking through 70% of the saint realm meant that this foundation was instantly transformed into a skyscraper. Regardless of whether it was a special type, attack type, or defense type, it was all the same. A complete transformation. Originally, the life spirit contained 100 times more star power than other martial artists. It took a lot of effort to fill it up, but after breaking through to 70% of the saint realm, it all turned into star source power. The true power of the constellation was stored in the new life spirit. The current life spirit was no longer the 7 light spots from before, but it was a true self-forming system, a small starry sky. Other than the 7 main stars that were still shining brightly, the rest of the stars were shining brightly. The most fundamental change was that the essence of the starry sky had changed. From the star energy to the star source energy of the true starry sky, even if the star source energy was insignificant compared to the true starry sky, it was still complete. After becoming a saint, not only would his strength increase greatly, his cultivation speed would also be incomparable. Only by opening one's own starry sky and possessing star source power could one be considered to have truly stepped on the path of a saint. Oh? Slightly shocked, Lei Xiong's eyes burned as he put away his arrogance. With his experience, he could naturally see how strong Lin Feng was. He was actually stronger than Lei Ba, and Dian Long. Lin Feng was an advanced saint. His cultivation level was exactly the same as his. Lei Xiong had absolute confidence that he could defeat other ancient clan experts of the same age, let alone a weak human. However, his intuition told him that Lin Feng was not simple, especially since there was no aura of the ancient Feng clan experts here. Coupled with Lin Feng's current strength, he could completely deduce that Dian Ho was killed by Lin Feng. As a mid-level saint, even Lei Ba and Dian Long would not be able to kill Dian Ho easily. However, Lin Feng did it. Although he is a bastard, he still has ancient clan blood flowing in his body. Lei Xiong's gaze was firm as he thought to himself. He immediately put away his contempt. His entire body was covered with lightning, and his hands instantly took out 2 short rods that looked like thorns. They were flashing with a bright purple light. Lei Ba and Dian Long glanced at him and were shocked. This was Lei Xiong's strongest Xiantian treasure, purple smoke golden lightning, an earth-grade purple effulgence weapon. In an instant, whoosh, whoosh. With great tacit understanding, Lei Ba and Dian Long immediately flew to the side. Their auras exploded, revealing their killing intent. Lin Feng nodded slowly. Shui Yumei and Hong Ling also flew to the left and right to meet the two of them. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Feng and Lei Xiong were left fighting one-on-one. It was the fairest battle. There were no superfluous words or unnecessary formalities. This battle was a battle of life and death. Boom! Lightning and fire bloomed in an instant. The battle completely erupted at this moment. Shui Yumei met the stronger Lei Ba, Hong Ling met Dian Long, and Lin Feng met the strongest lightning envoy, Lei Xiong, who had inherited the Thunder Dragon's bloodline. Boom! Boom! Lei Xiong roared wildly. The purple smoke, golden lightning in his hands was completely dazzling. Terrifying lightning seemed to be drawn from his body. The powerful star source energy contained in the lightning was like a thunder dragon. The Thunder Dragon star seal on Lei Xiong's forehead was completely blooming. One after another, it filled the sky. Coupled with the irregular changes of the lightning, it covered the entire space. There was no blind spot. Hiss! Hiss! A series of gasps sounded. The warriors hiding in the dark were deeply shocked. For most of them, it was their first time seeing the power of a saint, especially such a terrifying existence among saints. Although Lei Xiong was a high-level saint, because of the ancient clan's bloodline, he was stronger than the peak saints of the human world. The strength of an ancient clan's law enforcer was extraordinary, but the current Lin Feng was unfathomable. Let's end this quickly. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Feng's expression was still calm. The engulfing fire rose in an instant. It was mixed in his hands and pulsated like a soul. Driven by the path of a saint, coupled with the amplification of the star source energy, the engulfing fire's power was no longer comparable to before. Coupled with the increase of the constellation's sensitivity, the engulfing fire condensed in an instant was more than 10 times stronger than before. As for the control of the flames, it was more freewheeling. Rise! Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Facing the terrifying lightning, not only did he not dodge, but he also faced it head-on. Attack against attack. A fire spirit master's attack was a head-on confrontation, because he did not have time to waste. Shui Yumei might be able to resist for a while with her strength, but Hong Ling was just a beginner saint. She might have the talent of an ancient clan, but the difference in strength could not be made up in a short time. She could only rely on her tyrannical body to resist. The main point of attack must be himself. Break for me! Lin Feng shouted. The monstrous flames opened up a path. The engulfing fire experienced a true baptism and came into contact with Lei Xiong's lightning. In an instant, the flames frantically devoured everything. Lin Feng's flames were clearly stronger than Lei Xiong's lightning. How is this possible? Lei Xiong's expression changed. The situation was completely out of his expectations. Using the purple smoke golden lightning to activate the lightning energy, both in terms of quality and quantity, he had a huge increase. In terms of attack power, he definitely had the strongest ability. Therefore, he decided to use this method to attack without holding back. But this time, he had miscalculated. The Lin Feng in front of him was far more abnormal than he had imagined. Chi! Chi! Monstrous flames rose. Lin Feng sped forward, instantly using the mist cloud step. His demonic body movement technique seemed to break through space, following him like a shadow. Even if the lightning changed and controlled the entire area it covered was controlled by Lei Xiong. When Lei Xiong couldn't keep up with his rhythm and speed, the lightning only controlled less than 1/10 of the area. And Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Battle is to use one's advantage to attack the enemy's disadvantage. Lin Feng's lips curved into a meaningful smile. At this moment, Lei Xiong had already stopped looking down on Ting Qingshan. His face was full of seriousness. His hands moved rapidly and his heart was calm. Instantly, his eyes lit up and he shouted coldly, "Mystery, lightning smoke array, purple smoke golden lightning, rise." As expected of a senior law enforcer, Lei Xiong quickly regained his composure and prepared to turn the situation around. Since the first technique didn't work, he would use another one. The purple light was dazzling and bright. The dense smoke and lightning flashed, forming a dense fog domain. Lei Xiong's control of space was amazing. The formation was set up quickly and decisively. With the innate treasure purple smoke golden lightning as the axis and the astral origin energy as the power of the formation, Lei Xiong set up a small formation in a short time. Lei Xiong's eyes flashed with confidence, and his lips curved into a cold smile. The lightning smoke array was his ultimate move. Once you fall into the array, I will make you beg for death. Lei Xiong's eyes shone brightly. But he had underestimated Lin Feng. In the Sparrow King prison, Ting Qingshan had even broken through such a large formation. How could this kind of formation be difficult for Lin Feng? Moreover, it was difficult for a cultivator who wasn't proficient in the power of space to form a formation using the Tao of space. But for Lin Feng, it was too simple. Chapter 1142. Over here. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His vast star pupils condensed a faint light, instantly breaking the formation. The flow of air and space energy entered his heart. The operation of the formation was completely imprinted in his heart. It was not difficult to break it. Moreover, it was very wonderful. The stronger the attack, the greater the loss if it is destroyed. Attacking the enemy with a sword, but the sword will break. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. In an instant, his body turned and the mist cloud steps entered his heart easily. The engulfing fire flame rose. The star source energy revolved at a terrifying speed like a tornado. Regardless of the speed, range, or even the rhythm, it was exactly the same as the operation of the formation. It was as if he had transformed into the formation. And at this moment, it's here. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The operation of the formation must have a formation eye and a formation core. It was like the existence of the window in a sealed house. As long as he found it and destroyed it, everything would naturally be broken. It's here. Lin Feng looked at the two pillars of lightning from afar. The aura was unusually strong. The flashing lightning used the star source energy as the power of the formation, unceasingly flowing. It formed the network of the entire formation, and it was obviously the most important existence of the formation. In other words, it's the foundation. Lin Feng's eyes completely lit up. The engulfing fire in his hands soared. The dense star source energy roared like two fierce tigers, rushing towards the two pillars of lightning. No, it should be purple smoke golden lightning. Lei Xiong's innate effulgence weapon. No. Lei Xiong's eyes were red. With the purple smoke golden lightning as the formation eye, it instantly turned from life to death. Lin Feng's action was like hitting a snake's weak point, directly hitting its weak point. Once the purple smoke golden lightning was destroyed, not only would the thunder mist formation be broken, but the purple smoke golden lightning would also be heavily injured. Gritting his teeth, Lei Xiong couldn't care about anything else. Whoosh! With a whistling sound, Lei Xiong hurriedly rushed forward, preparing to save the purple smoke golden lightning. But, now. Lin Feng's lips curled. In the blink of an eye, his body blurred and split into two. His doppelganger instantly appeared, causing the amethyst spear to shine brightly. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Just now, he had already discovered the existence of the purple smoke golden lightning. It was like a blade, and if it was broken, Lei Xiong's strength would be reduced by at least 30%. With the strength of his doppelganger, he could easily break it. However, this was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to create an opportunity for himself. A perfect opportunity. Boom! The doppelganger's amethyst spear, in terms of pure attack power, its explosive power was absolutely incomparable to the main body. Even if his original body was the best among all the saints in the human world, it still couldn't compare to his clone. After all, he had truly cultivated the path of the god of war, inherited the blood of the ancient divine beast Thunder Shao, and then seized the body of a star sky overlord. How terrifying! Lei Xiong had completely miscalculated. His face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Feng to still have a trump card up his sleeve. The time he took to break through the purple smoke golden lightning was faster than he expected. Just a little bit faster. 1 minute faster, 1 minute slower, the entire situation would be completely different. Lin Feng's sudden burst of strength had caught Lei Xiong off guard. More importantly, the destruction of the purple smoke golden lightning was like a sharp knife to Lei Xiong's heart. Not only that, because he had come to save the purple smoke golden lightning, Lei Xiong, a celestial spirit master, was now in an extremely dangerous position. He was only inches away from breaking the formation. Oh no! Lei Xiong immediately reacted, and his expression changed. However, it was too late. Lin Feng's timing was too good. If he had been a minute earlier, Lei Xiong would have had time to prepare, or even retreat and regroup. If he had been a minute later, the purple smoke golden lightning formation would have been saved by Lei Xiong, and it would have been a long battle. Perhaps he could still win, but it wasn't the best outcome. Let's end this. Lin Feng's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of mercy or sympathy. In his mind, the words law enforcer were equivalent to a blood feud. Even if the long-browed man in front of him wasn't the executioner from that day, they were still from the same faction. Moreover, it was a fact that the long-browed man wanted to take his life. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Chi! The purple crystal spear pierced through the long-browed man's chest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Dense killing intent exploded in an instant, and a crazy aura surged in, drowning the long-browed man in an instant. Once it got close to a heavenly spirit master, it would be a disaster. The sky seemed to have started raining blood. From the beginning of the attack, to entering the formation, to breaking out of the formation, to killing Lei Xiong. The whole process didn't even take 10 seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape and their jaws dropped. It was unbelievable. Dead. That ancient clan saint who could injure Shigaro with one move died just like that? Am I seeing things? Oh my god, Master Lin Feng's strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Everyone muttered to themselves, and their faces were filled with deep shock. At this moment, no one wasn't stunned by the scene in front of them. It took Lin Feng less than 10 seconds to kill that extremely powerful ancient clan saint. Although they didn't see the whole process, the purple spear light and the shocking explosion were deeply imprinted in their minds, and they couldn't forget it. Everyone's heart tightened. A chill ran down their spines and their hair stood on end. Looking at such a young man with such shocking strength, their hearts were filled with respect and admiration. The feeling was completely different. That was a true saint. Not only the Star Lords and Star Sector states, but all the saints, including Shigaro, were also filled with shock, envy, and respect. From their point of view, they had the deepest understanding of how powerful that ancient clan saint was, and how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. If it were them, the result wouldn't be any different. This time, they had really come at the right time. All the saints secretly praised their good luck. The reason why they came to visit was more because of Lin Feng's title as a blacksmith master and his position as the vice president of the blacksmith union. They did not know that he was a saint. However, witnessing this battle with their own eyes was truly an eye-opener. What kind of strength was this? It was simply indescribable. This was true invincible strength, a true domineering saint. They were completely certain that Lin Feng now looked at the entire human world. He rarely had a match. Another battle. For Lin Feng, this was just the beginning. The reason he wanted to end the battle quickly was because he was worried about Hong Ling with her strength. She was no match for that young man covered in lightning. Lightning flashed, and the speed of his attacks was extremely fast, complemented by fierce control technique. At this moment, Dian Long was focused on attacking and had no idea that Lei Xiong had already been killed. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before Lei Xiong killed Lin Feng. Zzz. Zzz. The lightning was astonishing, like eels slithering around, and the angle of attack was extremely tricky. As Dian Long attacked, he restrained Hong Ling, taking advantage of her huge body, which made her unable to dodge nimbly. He firmly grasped the advantage and slithered around. Compared to Lei Xiong, his battle methods were that of a true celestial spirit master. Purring! Purring! Her skin was torn open, and Hong Ling, who couldn't dodge in time, suffered from torturous injuries. The lightning penetrated her red scales and entered her body, causing her to wail in pain. Fresh blood seeped out, and her pupils were extremely red. She had no strength to fight back at all. One could definitely imagine that before long, Hong Ling would be tortured to death. Dian Long's lips curled into a proud smile, and he kept changing his hand gestures. However, this kind of torture made him very happy, and he enjoyed it. However, what Dian Long didn't expect was that Lin Feng was watching this scene, and he had already provoked Lin Feng's fury. Intolerable! Hong Ling was his companion through life and death. Sparrow kill! Lin Feng's voice was bone-chilling, and a dense killing power erupted at this moment. His true strength, which he hadn't even used when fighting Lei Xiong, was fully revealed. Lin Feng was enraged, and his extreme strength was completely increased in an instant. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a demon, and behind him, there was a faint image of a giant bear with cold, blood-red eyes. What? Dian Long finally felt danger approaching, and his heart beat rapidly. He quickly escaped from the state of torture and turned around, but all he saw was a dazzling purple light. It came too quickly, too fiercely, too fiercely. Ayo! It was like the cry of a sparrow, and the killing aura that broke through the air was like a giant sparrow biting at Dian Long's legs. In a split second, pung, pung, there was no resistance at all. He was already caught off guard, and Lin Feng's strength was much stronger than Dian Long's. Crushing defeat. Not only was it a crushing defeat, but it was also a humiliating defeat. Since you like to torture so much, then have a taste. Lin Feng's voice was cold, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. But the explosion of the flame was extremely subtle, and Dian Long's legs were blown to pieces, and his face was full of pain. At this moment, boom, boom, Lin Feng quickly stabbed out twice. Dian Long's arms, which had no resistance, were instantly broken, and blood flowed uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, his 4 limbs were crippled, and it was a tragic sight. Kill me! Dian Long was almost roaring hysterically. Lin Feng's eyes were still cold, giving him a taste of his own medicine. In a split second 2 more spears stabbed out, and 2 blood splatters and screams were heard. Dian Long's 2 ears were missing. The extremely bloody scene caused the surrounding cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. They had not expected that the seemingly amiable and approachable Grandmaster Lin Feng would be so terrifying when he got angry. It was like being torn apart by 5 horses. Lin Feng. Tears of blood flowed out of Dian Long's eyes. He gritted his teeth, and his face was distorted with blood. Just you wait, the temple will definitely not let you go. As if he had gone crazy, Dian Long laughed crazily. I will wait for you in the Yellow Springs, wait for you, ha 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 ha. After saying the last sentence, the light in Dian Long's eyes gradually extinguished. He had cut off his heart meridian and killed himself. Temple? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint light, and he thought to himself. He looked at the dragon head ring on Dian Long's hand and nodded thoughtfully. Obviously, it was most likely. This temple was where their power was. Chapter 1143. Are you all right? Lin Feng looked at Hong Ling and asked softly. They could sense each other's hearts. Although Hong Ling had suffered a bit of torture, most of it was just superficial wounds. I'm fine. Hong Ling had already transformed into a human. The red scale armor on her body was slightly damaged and her face was slightly pale. When she was not fighting, she was usually in her human form. Firstly, it was convenient to follow Lin Feng. Secondly, it was more suitable for cultivation. Hearing Hong Ling's affirmative answer, Lin Feng was relieved. After all, it was his decision to let Hong Ling delay. He was also very clear about the difference in strength between the two sides. If she was his companion, it would be a bit of a trap, but Hong Ling did not hesitate at all. She had 100% trust in him. Looking at the other side, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. At this time, Shui Yumei and the Thunder Dragon youth were fighting fiercely. Lightning mixed with the brilliance of the water curtain, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Countless buildings in the inner city were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. But it was not a hindrance. For the Lin clan, this loss of money was a drop in the bucket. "Master, are you not going to intervene?" Hong Ling asked. Although she had no feelings, she was very clear about who was her companion and who was on her side. "No need." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Yu Mei can handle it. With her strength, she can defeat her opponent in less than a quarter of an hour." In the past 3 days, he had sparred with Shui Yu Mei several times, so he was very clear about her strength. She was much stronger than Feng Ming and Dian Ho. Although she and the Lightning Dragon youth were both mid-level saints, in terms of strength, Shui Yu Mei was a notch higher. Moreover, she still had a trump card that she had not used yet. Cultivators had their pride. Not many people liked to be interrupted in a one-on-one duel, especially in a battle where victory was already in their grasp. Hong Ling's eyes flashed with a light of understanding, but she did not speak again. Since her master Lin Feng said so, she believed him 100%. On the other hand, the spectating cultivators in the surroundings were truly treated to a feast for their eyes. Not only did they witness Lin Feng's formidable strength that was like heavenly fire descending to the world, they even witnessed a true battle between saints. Whether it was Shui Yu Mei or Lei Ba, even though they were mid-level Saint Realm experts, they were still stronger than high-level Saint Realm experts. Such an evenly matched life and death battle was extremely precious. Especially for those beginner and intermediate saints, they would benefit greatly. It was indeed a worthwhile trip. At this moment, the eyes of the dozen or so saints were all shining brightly as they carefully savored this unprecedented battle. How could they have seen such a scene on a normal day? Even the strongest among them, Shajiara, couldn't take his eyes off it. From time to time, he would ponder softly in his heart and gain quite a bit of insight. Regardless of whether it was the attacking methods of the aboriginals or the inherited power of the water curtain cave, they were all superior to what was passed down in the human world. It was worth learning from. They were forced to retreat. Lei Ba's moves were gradually being seen through, but Shui Yu Mei's bravery grew as she fought. The change in the situation, the tilting of the scale, everything was within his expectations. Lin Feng stood there indifferently and didn't leave. He only watched calmly. To him, even though he knew Shui Yu Mei would definitely win, he still had to be on his guard. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Shui Yu Mei was in danger, he wouldn't hesitate to save her. He wouldn't care about the rules. Those were all superficial. Life was the most important. But it was clear that Shui Yu Mei was stronger than he had imagined. Exchanging pointers is indeed only a reflection of one's strength. The true strength of a cultivator can only be seen in battle. Shui Yu Mei is a natural warrior. Lin Feng nodded lightly. While fighting, she comprehended. In battle, she maintained her calm and thought. With agile strategies, Shui Yu Mei could display 120% of her strength. She was much stronger than the Lei Long youth. Hua! Hua! Covered by the dense power of water, Shui Yu Mei's attacks didn't have any blind spots or weaknesses. Close range, long range, control, it was a perfect combination. Inheriting the Water Curtain Cave's bloodline, Shui Yu Mei was indeed worthy of the title of eldest senior sister. Her strength was extremely valiant. Even when facing the powerful aboriginals, she still had the upper hand. Winning was only a matter of time. Her attacks forced the Lei Long youth into a desperate situation. What was injured wasn't just his body, but his heart and fighting spirit. He was being suppressed by a human cultivator of the same level. How shameful! Boom! Another heaven-shaking attack. The water rippled, but it had a tyrannical tearing power. Lei Ba vomited blood again and again. The more chaotic his heart was, the harder it was for him to display his strength. He continuously dodged, but he couldn't get away from the invisible water screen. He was under Shui Yumei's control and couldn't escape. Victory is assured, Lin Feng said softly. The situation was clear. The Lei Long youth was injured, so there was no more suspense in the battle. Peng. Lei Ba's injuries weren't light. He retreated like a kite with a broken string. His face was distorted. The Lei Long brand on his forehead flickered and jumped. The lightning around his body had become chaotic, and its power was greatly reduced. At this moment, he, who was temporarily out of battle, realized that his companion was no longer beside him. Their auras had completely disappeared. How is this possible? Lei Ba's face changed. He was extremely shocked. Then, he saw the remains of his brother, Lei Xiong. His mind went blank and his eyes widened. Ah! A crazy and hoarse roar resounded throughout the inner city. Not good. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as his heart trembled. His aura had been firmly locked onto the Lei Long youth. At this moment, he was completely abnormal. The lightning around his body was fluctuating violently. His cells were constantly colliding and exploding. His blood was flowing extremely quickly. This feeling was like excitement, causing his strength to increase crazily. And at this moment, he wants to die together with us. This thought appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His gaze fell on the Lei Long youth. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. He had been blinded by the desire to kill. It was no wonder. However, if he was allowed to explode, Shui Yumei would be injured. More importantly, it was likely that many of these guests would be implicated. After all, they were too weak. It seems that I have to make a move, Lin Feng said softly. Regardless of the purpose of these guests, they were here to witness the marriage between him and Yuma. They were guests. As the host, how could he let any of them get hurt? If so, how could he be at ease? Let's end this. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. A terrifying aura instantly appeared. Not good. Shui Yumei discovered that something was wrong with Lei Ba. Her expression changed. In an instant, her speed suddenly increased. Her strength completely erupted. The brilliance of the water curtain in her hand enveloped everything. It's too late. Shui Yumei pursed her lips. She was extremely worried. She wasn't worried for herself. She was worried for the other warriors. At this moment, a terrifying lightning appeared in Lei Ba's hand. It was obviously a group attack. The power had already exceeded his limit. In fact, his ferocious expression had already explained everything. A bomb was about to explode. But in an instant, time seemed to stop at that moment. Lei Ba's expression seemed to have stiffened. He stood there in a daze. Shui Yumei was slightly startled. However, she didn't have time to think about why he was like this. How could she miss such a good opportunity? Shui Yumei's eyes flashed. The water element in her hands exploded. Heavenly water chain kill. Shui Yumei shouted. The terrifying power of water erupted in an instant. In the void, huge chains intersected and changed constantly. They were like pythons dancing in the air. In an instant, they wrapped around the seemingly unconscious Lei Ba. Shui Yumei opened her hands and slammed them together. It was as if there was a force pulling them together. In an instant, the chains cut Lei Ba into countless pieces like knives. There was no resistance. It was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Lei Ba was torn apart. He was thoroughly dead. Hua! The chains instantly turned into a water curtain and swallowed Lei Ba. Not even his bones were left. Letting out a sigh, Shui Yumei's heart finally calmed down. Her tall and straight chest heaved up and down. She felt that she was in imminent peril. At this moment, she calmed down. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Seeing the light in Lin Feng's eyes disappear, Shui Yumei's eyes moved slightly. The doubts in her heart were instantly resolved. Hua! A figure flashed. Shui Yumei appeared in front of him. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Beautifully done. Shui Yumei didn't reply, nor did she show any joy. She just looked at Lin Feng quietly and asked, "Did you do that just now?" For eyes met, and a faint luster flickered in their eyes. "Yes." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He didn't hide anything. Since they were companions, there was no need to lie about this. "I didn't see you use it when we were exchanging pointers." Shui Yumei's expression was solemn. "You deliberately let me win?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "You and I are friends, not enemies. This kind of attack can easily injure you." "You mean I will be injured?" Shui Yumei's beautiful eyes burned. "Tch." Lin Feng was speechless. He smiled bitterly, as if whatever he said was wrong. Suddenly, Shui Yumei smiled. "I'm just joking with you. Do you think I don't know your hidden strength?" Shui Yumei's beautiful eyes glimmered as she glanced at Lei Xiong's corpse. "He killed a high-level saint in less than 10 seconds. Master really didn't misjudge." Shui Yumei nodded and smiled indifferently. At that time, although she was carrying out her master's orders, Shui Yumei didn't fully trust Lin Feng. This was because she was a martial artist. Martial artists would only be convinced by those who were truly stronger than them. This was the same everywhere. "Is that so?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. He was grateful to the Heavenly Secret Saint from the bottom of his heart. The Heavenly Secret Saint had reminded him time and time again to help him through difficulties. Whether it was the disaster in the kingdom of Meru or Shui Yumei's appearance this time, the human demon Holy Lord had retreated. Adding this time, he owed the Heavenly Secret Saint a lot of favors. "Many thanks, Yumei," Lin Feng softly said. "You're welcome." Shui Yumei smiled faintly. "We are friends, aren't we?" They looked at each other and smiled. There was no need to communicate too much. The word friend said everything. Sometimes a few words were enough. Chapter 1144. The battle was over. However, the imprint it left in everyone's hearts was extremely deep. This unprecedented battle was enough to be remembered by everyone here for the rest of their lives. No one would forget the young man in the wedding dress. He had defeated the ancient clan cultivators with unstoppable strength, proving that human cultivators were not any weaker than the so-called ancient clan cultivators. True strength had nothing to do with race. Looking at Lin Feng, their eyes were filled with awe and worship. In any place in the Douling world, the strong were always respected and trusted. It was completely conceivable that after today, news of Lin Feng's miracles would spread throughout Sherluo County and throughout the entire Vermilion Bird continent. The name of Saint Lin Feng would shake the world. He would definitely be the pride of every human cultivator. I apologize for dampening everyone's spirits. Lin Feng stood in the center of the field, facing the wind. Her black formal attire was bright and clean. Even though she had experienced a magnificent battle, there was not the slightest bit of damage to her attire. Everyone looked over in shock. However, Lin Feng dragged out the word and smiled. "Everyone has the right to treat this as a performance before the wedding. Now that things have come to an end, I have to thank them." Lin Feng looked around and smiled. Fortunately, they cleared the field. Now we can accommodate more guests at the same time. At this time, the surrounding was in ruins and looked quite barren. However, as Lin Feng's voice fell, the heavy atmosphere in the field suddenly eased. "This matter has nothing to do with the Lin clan, and of course, it has nothing to do with you, so everyone can rest assured. As for me, I will temporarily leave the clan until all the troubles are resolved. Only then will I return to Sherluo County." With a faint smile, Lin Feng looked around at everyone. Perhaps this was not his original plan, but it was imperative. His departure would indeed affect the family, but it was only temporary. When the day came that he truly returned, everything would naturally return to normal. However, if he did not say anything, once this matter spread, his family would be questioned. Even the martial artists in his family would be worried. If the string was too tight, the entire zither could fall apart at any time. Instead of controlling the situation by himself like he was doing now. It was a broken string, but it was still able to maintain it. Everyone was discussing animatedly. At this moment, the news of the 3 experts of the ancient clan being killed had already spread everywhere. Those guests who had yet to leave had already gathered. The large open space was filled with people. They were all discussing the pros and cons of this matter. Their expressions were solemn. Killing, of course, was satisfying. However, the consequences were also very heavy. And at this moment, Master Lin Feng's courage is indeed astonishing. Using the body of a human to challenge the authority of the ancient race, I, Wang Mo, am filled with admiration. The prefectural governor, Wang Mo, stepped forward. As the prefectural governor, Wang Mo was already at the very top of the pyramid in the hearts of these guests. As for the saints, including the ruler of the entire Shirluo commandery, Shakala, none of them were as famous as Wang Mo. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. This matter is just a small grudge between Master Lin Feng and a certain clan of the ancient race. It's nothing much. What's important is that the ancient race is different from the sorcerer tribe. They will not kill the innocent. Everyone has seen what happened today. From the beginning to the end, the 3 experts of the ancient race only targeted Master Lin Feng. Even the destruction of the tower was only a warning. Therefore, everyone can be completely at ease. As he spoke, Wang Mo smiled and spread his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the doubts in everyone's hearts disappeared. Lin Feng also smiled knowingly. As expected of the prefectural governor, Wang Mo was much better at handling such matters than he was. With just a few words, he had stabilized the situation. Looking at Wang Mo, Lin Feng smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Wang Mo was immediately in high spirit. He was incomparably delighted. He had indeed received affirmation. Things were different now. Wang Mo clearly knew how powerful Lin Feng was now. In time, he would definitely become an overlord. Next, let us invite the wedding officiator, the head of the Lin clan. He is also Master Lin Feng's adoptive father, Lin Zhen. Wang Mo's eyes shone brightly. The rest of the guests, Li Yu and the elders of the clan, please take your places. As a smart person, how could Wang Mo let go of such a great opportunity? Instantly, he became busy. From being a guest, he was instantly upgraded to being a wedding planner. He had to take care of everything for Lin Feng. As a prefectural governor, he was actually in such a position. It was enough to make everyone's jaws drop. However, at this moment, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Instead, they felt that it was very normal. Because the wedding officiator this time was Lin Feng. Today, Lin Feng was no longer an ordinary warrior. In everyone's hearts, he was already at the top of the human world. He could easily kill ancient race warriors. How many people could do that? Sorry to trouble you. Lin Feng nodded lightly to Wang Mo. It's no trouble at all. It's a small matter. Wang Mo's face was full of smiles. He seemed to be enjoying this. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Whether it was sincere or not, Wang Mo's actions were indeed what he wanted. That was enough. He was a true villain. There was one good thing about such a person. As long as you were stronger than him, he would always know what to do. Then I'll leave everything to you, prefectural governor. Lin Feng patted Wang Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, "This time, I owe you a favor." A favor? A favor from Lin Feng was extremely precious. Wang Mo's eyes widened. He was overwhelmed by the favor. He quickly smiled and said, I don't dare. Master, no, sage, no, groom, quickly go to the bride." Wang Mo was so happy that he spoke incoherently. He quickly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The wedding is about to begin. It won't be good if the auspicious time is missed. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The wedding was held with great fanfare. With a talent like Wang Mo in charge of the entire wedding, it was much better than Lin Jun's. After the incident with the ancient clan, Lin Jun's mind was already in a mess when faced with such a chaotic situation. Moreover, his identity was only that of someone who had just entered the highest power center of Shirluo Commandery. The guests who came to observe this time were either rich or noble. With so many sages present, Wang Mo was indeed the most suitable candidate. He was smooth and slick, had a wide circle of friends, and had a high status. Under Wang Mo's hard work, the guests quickly forgot about what had just happened and gathered to observe this unprecedentedly grand wedding. Almost the entire inner city had become the venue for the wedding. The outer city had a large banquet, and it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Anyone who came to observe today was warmly welcomed by the Lin clan. Amidst the joyous sounds, Lin Feng and Lin Yuma looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were filled with happiness. The long kiss was suffocating. Deep affection and sweetness infected everyone at this moment. Lin Feng tightly hugged the beautiful woman in his arms who was crying tears of happiness. His heart was filled with endless emotions. From knowing each other to becoming friends, and then because of misunderstandings, their feelings for each other grew deeper and deeper. In the end, he discovered that he and Yuma had been betrothed to each other since they were children. Although his feelings for Yuma included a lot of responsibility, guilt, and pity, it was also a part of love. At the very least, he didn't want to lose her. He wanted to take care of her forever. The wedding that had shaken the entire county came to an end, just like that. But the legend of Lin Feng had only just begun. The news that Lin Feng had killed an ancient clan expert of the high-level saint level on the day of the wedding spread like a tornado throughout Shirluo Commandery, shocking everyone. This wasn't just a legend, it had become a legend. It shook the entire vermilion bird continent. It had only taken a few hours, which was enough to show how shocking this news was. At this time, in a bright red wedding room decorated with warm colors, the two people who had just had a good time hugged each other on the bed. The air was filled with the smell of happiness. Hugging the beautiful woman who seemed to have no bones, Lin Feng said softly, "Are you really not going with me?" Lin Yuma let out a lazy nasal sound. She was like a docile kitten. "Can you tell me the reason?" Lin Feng said as he caressed her soft back. Lin Yuma opened her eyes slightly, her face still red from her first period. Her voice was very soft. "Actually, my dream since I was young was to become a master refiner. Linda Go, will you support me?" "Of course." Lin Feng smiled without hesitation. From the day he met Yuma, he knew that Yuma was a girl who was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. She had her own opinions and thoughts. Because of the changes in her family, it led to this kind of unswerving determination. Moreover, to become a master refiner, there was no need to fight and kill. At least he could be at ease. "Then can you promise me one thing?" Lin Yuma bit her lips, a trace of craftiness flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Say it." Lin Feng smiled. How could he not see through Yuma's little trick? It was just that this kind of thing was consensual. To him, as long as he could do it, he would not be stingy. Because Yuma was already one of his closest people. "I want." Lin Yuma looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "to take Lady Nangong as my master." "Linda Go, can you recommend me?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Aren't I also a master refiner? Why would I give up what's near and seek what's far away? Could it be that in your heart, my refining skills are not as good as Lady Nangong's?" "No, that's not what I meant, Linda Go," Lin Yuma hurriedly said. She hurriedly got up, as if she had forgotten that she was naked. "I'm just joking with you." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Actually, whether it's refining skills, experience, or true refining skills, I'm not as good as Lady Nangong. That day, I was able to defeat her and win the championship because of luck. Moreover, Lin Feng smiled. He was very clear in his heart. His refining skills were his own, relying on his own state and the flame of rebirth. It was difficult to replicate, so it wasn't suitable for Yuma. Moreover, he didn't have time to teach Yuma. Giving her to Lady Nangong wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least in the Union of Artificers, he didn't need to worry about Yuma's safety. No matter how he considered it, it was the best choice for both sides. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Really? Lin Yuma covered her mouth in disbelief. For her, becoming a master refiner was her dream, and taking Lady Nangong as her master was even more of a dream. Now, her dream had come true. Of course. Lin Feng smiled. There won't be any problems if I say it, but… Pausing, Lin Feng looked at Yuma's alluring body, which had long forgotten to cover up due to her excitement. He smiled and said, I've achieved your dream. Is there any reward? Feeling Lin Feng's burning gaze, Yuma finally reacted. She immediately let out a cry, blushed, and hugged Lin Feng tightly. The gentle candle flame reflected the two happy newlyweds hugging each other, sprinkling boundless spring light. At this moment, nothing was important to the two of them. Actually, happiness was sometimes this simple. Chapter 1145. Vermilion Bird Realm. The news spread very quickly, especially since the Vermilion Bird Challenge tournament had yet to end. Lin Feng's shocking score was still high up on the rankings. At this moment, no one doubted him anymore. Because Lin Feng was indeed qualified. Have you heard? Master Lin Feng killed 3 ancient race powerhouses by himself. I know. My senior brother was invited to Master Lin Feng's wedding. TSK, you guys don't know how cool Master Lin Feng was. He took less than 10 seconds to kill 3 ancient race powerhouses by himself. Also, there's something you guys don't know. The boys in blue's eyebrows glowed. What? Say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. The young man in blue smiled proudly, then proudly raised his head and said, My senior brother told me that Master Lin Feng only wore a groom's suit from head to toe. That can't be? Is that true? That's too exaggerated. It's true. I heard about it too. After the battle, Master Lin Feng's groom was still brand new. Wow, that's awesome. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. The more the news spread, the more exaggerated it became. Shui Yomei's existence was almost completely forgotten, as if she had never existed. Indeed, the main character of that battle was Lin Feng alone. Shui Yomei's performance was already shocking, but it was still inferior to Lin Feng's freakish performance. There was truth within truth, and truth within truth. As the legend continued to spread, Lin Feng's invisible prestige had already been established in everyone's hearts. Killing an ancient race high-level saint. What kind of strength was that? In the human world, even a peak saint wouldn't dare to boast, let alone defeat 3 ancient race powerhouses in 10 seconds. This was already a legend. But Lin Feng could do it. No one knew, including Shui Yumei. Although Lin Feng had revealed part of his trump card that day, but that was only a part. His most powerful killing move, his eyes, which had undergone a complete transformation after reaching 70% sainthood, did not even have the chance to unleash its full power. In fact, these 3 ancient clan experts were unable to reveal Lin Feng's true strength and trump card. To put it simply, they were not qualified. Damn it. Lam Tok Ti clenched his fists so hard that his veins popped out. All right, don't be impatient. The human demon Holy Lord calmly drank his tea and said indifferently, It's enough to listen to rumors. Glancing at Lam Tok Ti, the human demon Holy Lord frowned. Look at you. As long as it concerns Lin Feng, your usual calmness and treachery are gone. Lam Tok Ti's expression was ugly, and he was indescribably irritated. Even if he only heard part of it, He knew that what his master said that day was true. Right now, he was indeed not Lin Feng's opponent. Thinking about how he was still trampled under Lin Feng's foot after experiencing such pain and rapidly increasing his strength, Lam Tok Ti's heart was filled with unwillingness. It was as if a snake had bitten his heart. It was extremely unbearable. This was hatred, a mortal enemy that would not rest until one of them was dead. Master, if Lin Feng is not eliminated, he will definitely become a huge threat to us in the future. Lam Tok Ti's eyes were deeply twisted. I know. The human demon Holy Lord's reply startled Lam Tok Ti. Putting down his teacup, the human demon Holy Lord looked at Lam Tok Ti, his eyes flickering. Do you think I'm stupid and can't see how much potential that brat has? Even if I was blind and didn't see it, Tianji, that old fool, wouldn't have seen it wrongly, right? This is the first time I've seen Tianji value someone so highly. Even his disciples don't receive such treatment. The human demon Holy Lord ground his teeth. Then Master, you. Lam Tok Ti hesitated, then said, Are you afraid of Tianji Holy Lord? Afraid of him, my ass. The human demon Holy Lord cursed. I'm not afraid of anything. Why would I be afraid of that crippled thing Tianji? It's just that I don't want to provoke him right now. The human demon Holy Lord curled his lips, his eyes deep. The less trouble, the better. I've waited for this chance for too long. I don't want anything to happen that could ruin it. If I want to control the entire human world, I'll have to start by controlling the southern region. The human demon Holy Lord's eyes were dazzling. Now that the human race has no leader, it's a great opportunity. Nothing can stop me. Once the Emperor Throne competition is over, I'll immediately tear that brat Lin Feng to pieces and resolve your worries. At the same time, I'll anger that old bastard Tianji to death. The human demon Holy Lord clenched his fists, full of confidence. Lam Tok Ti didn't say anything. He pursed his lips, faintly sharing his worries. Lin Feng's improvement was simply too fast. It was terrifying beyond imagination. Who knew how terrifying Lin Feng's strength would be after the Emperor Throne competition? However, he knew his master's personality. His master had endured so much for this chance after being labeled as a traitor of the human race. To him, he couldn't afford to lose this chance. In comparison, Lin Feng's matter was insignificant. He didn't have the ability to kill Lin Feng. Now I can only hope for the ancient race shrine. Lam Tok Ti sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Ancient race shrine. Qi Tong, aren't your men too useless? Sitting on the high seat was a white-haired young man with a one-eyed eye patch. His forehead was shining with starlight. Zhu Wu's aura gave people a feeling of extreme terror. He was just sitting there, but he was emitting a terrifying aura. Especially his eyes that were covered by the eye patch, they seemed to contain some kind of demon. It was quite terrifying. The air was filled with a thick and suffocating smell. God emissary, please give this subordinate another chance. A man with red eyes cupped his hands and said. It was the boss that Lei Ba mentioned, the head of law enforcement, Qi Tong. After pondering for a while, the white-haired young man said in a deep voice, All right, I'll give my father face and temporarily suppress this matter. I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. However, the white-haired young man's voice suddenly became loud and clear. His eyes were filled with terror. If you fail again this time, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, God emissary. Qi Tong's red eyes shone brightly with killing intent. He flicked his sleeves and turned around with a thick killing intent. After losing 4 of his capable subordinates, he was beyond furious. Vermilion Bird Continent, Union of Artificers. Then I'll hand Yuma over to you, President, Lin Feng said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll teach her well. Lady Nangong looked at Lin Yuma and nodded. Hearing that Lady Nangong had agreed to take her in as a disciple, Lin Yuma's face bloomed with joy. Coupled with the happy charm of a new woman, she was exceptionally beautiful. Lin Feng smiled and felt relieved. Although he was the vice president, he did not have a close relationship with Lady Nangong. Fortunately, this matter was settled in the end. With Lady Nangong looking after him, the Union of Artificers had the support of the witch tribe. Even if the aboriginals were to kill him, Yuma would have some insurance. He sighed in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Lin Feng looked at Yuma and felt helpless. However, everyone had their own choice. Originally, he wanted to take Yuma back to the kingdom of Maru to settle down. Compared to the chaotic human world, it was at least a pure land. However, Yuma chose to stay. "What are your plans next?" Lady Nangong asked. "I want to go to Yellow Crane Continent first to settle something." Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint longing. He could not help but smile when he thought of Qianqian. Thinking about it, they had not seen each other for many years. Although he and Qianqian were not husband and wife in name, they were no different from a real couple. He still owed her a status and a home. As a man, now that he could at least stand firm in the Douling world, it was time to bring Qianqian back. "She seems to be a beauty?" Lady Nangong smiled faintly. "President, you must be joking." Lin Feng smiled casually and looked at Yuma. The latter smiled back. Before the wedding, he had already told Yuma everything. Since they were husband and wife, they would be the closest people in the future. There was no need to hide anything. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Lady Nangong asked softly. "Yes." Lin Feng smiled. "There are two things that I need President's help with. First, I want to know the information of the Qin Chamber of Commerce and where the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce is located. Like the Vermilion Bird Continent, the Yellow Crane Continent also had 9 counties. He could not search every county. Moreover, it was good to have some information on his trip to the Chamber of Commerce. After all, Qianqian was the daughter of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. This was not too difficult for Lady Nangong. The Union of Artificers was spread throughout the 9 great regions. As the president of the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union, Lady Nangong was naturally familiar with the president of the Yellow Crane Continent's Union of Artificers. "It's a small matter. Wait for 2 hours," Lady Nangong said softly. Then, she gave the order. This matter did not require her to do it personally. A single order was enough. "Thank you." Lin Feng smiled with a slightly serious expression. The second thing might be more troublesome. "I wonder if Lady Nangong knows about the Ancient Feng clan?" "Ancient Feng clan?" Lady Nangong frowned slightly and shook her head. "I don't know much about the Ancient Feng clan." "I see." Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Lady Nangong said softly, "It's fine if it's the Sorcerer clan, but the Ancient Feng clan." Lady Nangong paused and nodded. "How about this? I'll help you ask my friends in the Union of Inscriptionists and the Union of Star Talisman Masters. Maybe you'll get something." "Then I'll trouble you, President." Lin Feng thanked her. In fact, he knew that the Sorcerer clan was behind the 4 great deputy positions. The Union of Artificers and the Union of Alchemists were behind the Sorcerer clan, while the Union of Inscriptionists and the Union of Star Talisman Masters were behind the Ancient Feng clan. However, Lady Nangong was the president of the Vermilion Bird Continent after all. She had a lot of friends, so she tried to ask. "That's right." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wasn't Master Yan Qing from the Union of Inscriptionists? He had attended his wedding yesterday, and had a good relationship with him. Maybe he would get something from him. "But I'm not in a hurry," Lin Feng said softly. Now that he had asked Lady Nangong for help, there was no need to complicate matters. If there was no news from Lady Nangong, it would not be too late for him to look for Master Yan Qing. Now, he had to wait for 2 hours to get information about the Qin Chamber of Commerce, Yellow Crane Continent first. Chapter 1146. The wait was very long. However, Lin Feng did not have nothing to do. It was his first time coming to the Zhuke Chao Refiners Union. Lady Nangong accompanied him to walk around and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Lin Yuma was also present. He was about to become an apprentice here. At the very least, he had to acknowledge the Union of Artificers first. The place was very big and spacious. As one of the top forces in the human world, the Union of Artificers not only had power, but also money. Very, very money. The word wealth could be seen everywhere in the blacksmith union. Outside, precious jade stones were used as flooring here. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. The color of the flooring was even more transparent and untainted by even a speck of dust. On the surrounding walls, top-grade luminous pearls replaced the lights. Each pearl was priceless. However, it was nothing to the Union of Artificers. It should be known that every craftsman, especially the earth-rank craftsman, was as rich as a country. As for the craftsmen who stood at the top of the pyramid, they had so much money that they could never spend it all. Just like Lady Nangong and Lin Feng, money was basically just a number to them. All earth-rank craftsmen have an independent residence in the Union of Artificers. As for the top craftsmen, for example Lin Feng, you have an area in the Union of Artificers. Lady Nangong introduced as she led the way. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The Union of Artificers was a unique branch. In fact, it was a bit similar to the Lin clan. They both had a very large territory, or rather, it was similar to a city. The size and location of the territory were determined by the reputation and strength of the craftsmen. Including the equipment and environment used for crafting, it was different for different craftsmen. Yuma can use the area I belong to, right? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Lady Nangong said calmly. She's your wife, so of course she can come and go as she pleases. However, looking at Lin Yuma, Lady Nangong said slowly, I originally wanted her to stay at my place so that it would be convenient for her to cultivate with me. As soon as he said this, Lin Yuma's eyes lit up. She tightened her grip on Lin Feng's hand. I'm afraid I'll disturb you, Lin Feng said with a smile. I won't. Lady Nangong's eyes were deep. Since I promised you to take Yuma as my disciple, I will do my best to teach him my skills. With sparkling eyes, Lady Nangong said softly, Besides, I've always been engrossed in the art of crafting and neglected a lot of things. Now that I'm the president of the Union of Artificers, it's time for me to spread my knowledge and revitalize the Union of Artificers. Then doesn't Yuma have a great responsibility as the senior sister? Lin Feng looked at Yuma with a smile. The latter's face was full of joy. Yuma has great potential. Lady Nangong's eyes flickered. If she is nurtured well, she will surpass her master one day. President, don't praise her too much, Lin Feng said casually. The three of them smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious. With Lady Nangong leading the way, they toured a small number of important places in the Union of Artificers. Soon 2 hours passed. Seeing that it was about time, Lady Nangong brought the two of them back to the main hall. At this time, the warrior in charge of collecting information was already waiting outside the door. This is the information you asked for. Lady Nangong handed over the information. Lin Feng nodded and opened it. The information was very detailed, but it was also a little beyond his expectations. The Qin Chamber of Commerce is only ranked 102nd in the Yellow Crane continent. Although their trade spans the entire continent, nearly 50% of their assets are in Crane County. Among all the chambers of commerce in Crane County, they are ranked 11th. Frowning slightly, Lin Feng was deep in thought. Chambers of commerce were very different from other forces. Some forces were big and some were small, but the competition between them was not so fierce. However, chambers of commerce were different. Take Shirluo County for example. It was almost monopolized by the Luo Chamber of Commerce. The competition between chambers of commerce was the most direct competition. The winner takes all. It seemed that being ranked 11th in a county was quite good, but it was probably a very small chamber of commerce. In Sherluo County, the 4th-ranked chamber of commerce was unknown. The power of a monopoly was quite terrifying. That's true. If they could make a lot of money in the human 9 continents, why would they need to come all the way to Yanling Prefecture to open up a wasteland? Lin Feng thought lightly. After entering the 9 continents, his vision had improved little by little. Things that he did not understand before were now very clear. It was just that he had never thought much about the Qin Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps in Yanling Prefecture, the Qin Chamber of Commerce dominated a region, but so what? How many prefectures were there around each continent and county? Thousands? Tens of thousands? There were too many, big and small. There were about 50,000 prefectures around an independent continent, and this was only counting the neighboring prefectures. If they were far away, there would be countless of them. Yanling Prefecture was not even considered a big prefecture. The Qin Chamber of Commerce monopolizing the entire Yanling Prefecture was terrifying to him at that time. But now, it seemed that it was not much. All right. Lin Feng smiled faintly. At least there would be less resistance when he proposed marriage. Anyway, he had never cared about Qianqian's family background. Even if he was like an ant in front of the Qin Chamber of Commerce, or if the Qin Chamber of Commerce was like a small bungalow in front of him now, it did not matter. Because the one he liked was Qianqian, and only her. The rest was not important. Lin Feng casually flipped through the information and read 10 lines at a glance. Soon, he finished reading. The information was very detailed. Almost all the information about the Qin Chamber of Commerce was in it, including its current assets, total assets, and even the prefectures it controlled, the types of trade, the scope, the prices, and so on. It was enough to show that the Union of Artificers had a lot of information. In front of the Union, the Qin Chamber of Commerce had no secrets. Pa! Lin Feng closed the information, closed his eyes, and sorted out all the information. There was not much important information. Even if he read it quickly, he remembered it all in his heart. It's about time. Lin Feng opened his eyes with a ray of light. Then I'll take my leave first, President. Lin Feng nodded slightly and looked at Yumal with a smile. I'll be back in 2 days. Yumal replied with a soft and smiled sweetly. Lady Nangong's eyes flickered, and a light flashed in her hand. I almost forgot. This is for you. This is? Lin Feng looked at the simple token that Lady Nangong handed over and curiously reached out to take it. It represents your identity as the Vice President of the Union of Artificers. Lady Nangong said softly. Previously, when I just took over the Union of Artificers, there were many things to do. Before I could hand it over to you, you had already entered the land of miracles. Now is the right time. With this, you will be able to enjoy respected treatment in any region, any continent, or any county. The Union of Artificers was located in every corner of the 9 domains. That's convenient. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Although he didn't care about it now, it still represented his identity. His gaze fell on the back of the simple token. It was in the shape of a giant sparrow, burning with a fiery red light. It looked very similar. Isn't this? Lin Feng was moved. Sparrow King Prison, Vermilion Bird Continent. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he nodded slowly. I understand now. So the giant sparrow I saw in the Sparrow King prison was actually the symbol of Vermilion Bird Continent, the Vermilion Bird. Lin Feng smiled and said that he only realized it now. This simple token was made of a special material, but it didn't seem to have any other use. Staring at the Vermilion Bird, Lin Feng turned it over. There were a few strange symbols engraved on it. Lin Feng was slightly startled. Looking at the symbols, he felt like he had seen them before. Pursing his lips, Lin Feng carefully looked at the symbols. The more he looked, the more familiar they were. The more he looked, the more his heart moved. Suddenly, "Isn't this?" Lin Feng exclaimed. His reaction was so sudden that Lady Nangong and Lin Yumao were both startled and confused. "What's wrong?" Lady Nangong asked. "President, do you recognize these symbols?" Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he asked. Lady Nangong laughed hoarsely. "Of course I do. The meaning of the symbols is actually 3 words. "Which 3 words?" Lin Feng's heart sped up. Lady Nangong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she opened her mouth. "Weapon refiner." Bang! Lin Feng's head trembled slightly. He wasn't shocked because of the meaning of the symbols, but because Lady Nangong recognized them. "Actually, this is a very ancient language. Not many people know about it." Lady Nangong smiled casually. "I only know the meaning of these symbols. Just like you, I asked the former president and he told me this. But, Lin Feng, you seem surprised?" How could he not be surprised? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes bright. These symbols were the same ones he had drawn on the light spots in the 3rd level of the Sparrow King's prison. Although he didn't recognize these words, the structure and shape were exactly the same. This was all in the past and it didn't matter. However, he still had the parchment that Thousand Love Empress gave him. The parchment was also carved with these words. "It's okay." Lin Feng slowly calmed down. Since Lady Nangong said that she only knew these symbols, it was pointless for him to ask further. He might as well ask the former president directly. Perhaps he knew more. Seeing that Lin Feng had calmed down, Lady Nangong didn't ask further. "These words aren't recorded in translation, but they have appeared in some ancient document. I don't know much about them, but it is said that." After a pause, Lady Nangong's beautiful eyes flickered. "These words exist outside the Douling world. They are the words of the Starry Sky experts." The words of the Starry Sky experts. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He was extremely shocked. Countless thoughts seemed to surface in his heart. His chest heaved up and down. If that was true, then this parchment was extremely precious. What exactly was written on it? Lin Feng was very curious. "But I'm afraid that I can't solve the mystery overnight. Right now, business is more important." Lin Feng sighed softly. He forced himself to suppress the curiosity in his heart. His eyes flickered slightly. These things should wait until he returned from the Yellow Crane continent. "Thank you, President." Lin Feng smiled faintly. He nodded and cupped his hands. "Then I'll take my leave first." After that, he hugged Yuma and bid farewell. Lin Feng immediately went to the Union of Artificers teleportation exit. There were teleportation points between continents. Although it cost a lot of money, it was just a drop in the ocean for the Union of Artificers. Soon, whoosh! Lin Feng's figure disappeared in an instant. He went to Crane County. The final volume of the Douling world is about to start. Let's go through the transition and let Lin Feng relax. Chapter 1147. Yellow Crane State, Crane County. As one of the 9 great states of the southern region, the Yellow Crane State and Vermilion Bird State were in the same hot zone. Only the local customs and power structure were slightly different. For example, the Yellow Crane State did not have the Luo Chamber of Commerce, which had a monopoly like the Vermilion Bird State. Instead, there were 3 major chambers of commerce that competed with each other. Each chamber of commerce was supported by a powerful force, which complemented each other. This was very different from the Vermilion Bird State. In the Crane County, the competition was especially fierce. Unlike the peaceful Sherluo County, the martial artists in the Crane County were more aggressive. There were even many large areas that did not restrict killing. It was like a jungle world. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. The strong were respected. In fact, the rules of each state were set by the ruler. For example, the ruler of the Vermilion Bird State, King Yen, had a fiery temper, but he had the demeanor of a general. The Vermilion Bird state under his jurisdiction was peaceful. There were occasional conflicts, but the overall situation was stable. The ruler of the Yellow Crane state, the Brown King, was one of the less experienced kings of the 9 states of the southern region. He was also weaker. Therefore, he supported second senior brother King Lu and used this competition to speed up the development of the entire state. It was a completely different development model from the Vermilion Bird state. But in fact, it was a smart way to do it. Qin Chamber of Commerce. Now that things have come to this, there's only one way left, Patriarch. Yes, as long as we marry Qianqian, all the troubles can be solved. In the hall, everyone was talking at once. They all looked anxious as they tried to persuade the Patriarch. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with white sideburns. His face was slightly pale, as if he was sick. He was the Patriarch of the Qin Chamber of Commerce, Qinren. He frowned. Qinren slammed the table and stood up. He roared, "Enough, all of you shut up. I will not sell my daughter no matter what." There was complete silence. Everyone looked at each other, but there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they glanced at the noble lady sitting next to Qinren, First Madame Lu Yulian. Although she was middle-aged, she still maintained herself well. Facing Qinren's anger, Lu Yulian's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, "Vote." Not only was she Qinren's wife, she was also the daughter of the leader of the Gold Sword sect, behind the Qin Merchant Association. Currently, she was the chairman of the Merchant Association. Everyone knew that the person in charge of the clan was the Patriarch, Qinren, but the person who truly possessed the greatest authority was Lu Yulian. The Chamber of Commerce might be able to make money, but in Crane County, where strength reigned supreme, it was only a matter of time before it was defeated without the support of the Golden Sword sect. I agree. I also agree. I abstain. Each and every one of the Chamber of Commerce had expressed their opinions. There were a total of 7 Chamber of Commerce meetings, and they were all made up of the core members of the Chamber of Commerce. They were responsible for dealing with matters that the Chamber of Commerce could not decide on or had a huge difference of opinion. In a sense, the power of the Chamber of Commerce meeting was even greater than that of the Patriarch, Qinren. Out of the 6 Chambers of Commerce, including Lu Yulian, 4 agreed and 2 abstained. There's no need to talk about the results. Lu Yulian looked at Qinren with a cold smile. The marriage between the two was purely a matter of interests, and there was not much affection between them. Qinren's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was also one of the Chamber of Commerce meeting, his vote did not have the slightest effect at the moment. I strongly disagree. Qinren clenched his teeth, and his voice trembled. Lu Yulian glanced over and said unhappily, "As the Patriarch, you should prioritize the interests of the Chamber of Commerce." What kind of man is this? Lu Yulian pressed her hand on her chest and shouted, "Do you think I don't feel heartache? Although I did not give birth to Qianqian, I have always treated her like my own daughter." Taking a step back, even if it does not involve the interests of the Chamber of Commerce, the marriage in front of Qianqian is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is rare that young Master Yin likes our Qianqian. It is our Qianqian's fortune. Lu Yulian's saliva flew everywhere, and her face was glowing. "Yes, brother-in-law, young Master Yin has been missing our Qianqian day and night. He has already sent people to propose marriage several times." The one who spoke was a white-faced man. He was Lu Yulian's cousin, the jade-faced Prince Lu Jun. He was also from the Golden Sword sect, and had Star Sector level 9 power. He was now the pillar of the Chamber of Commerce. No, this will ruin Qianqian's happiness. Although Qinren was at a disadvantage, his conviction was firm, and his gaze was burning. Young Master Yin is known for being a womanizer. Although the Yin family tried their best to cover it up, everyone knows that Yin Tsong is just like his name. He is a complete pervert. He is licentious and ignorant. Many girls have lost their virginity in his hands. That is just a rumor, brother-in-law. Lu Jun smiled faintly. Even if there is young Master Yin, it is just a show. You know, such things are inevitable for men. But this time, young Master Yin has really fallen for her. He even gave the betrothal gift. It is definitely not a joke. Humph. Qinren snorted in disdain and did not say anything. How could he not know Lu Jun's capabilities? It was obvious that he had taken his money. All right, there is no need to say anything more. This matter is settled. Lu Yulian waved her hand. She did not care about Qinren's face at all. A radiant light rose from the corner of her eyes. The Yin family is extremely powerful. Their power covers the entire Yellow Crane province. There is no power in the Crane province that can be compared to them. The patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Ziyuan, only has one son, Yin Kong. If the Qin's Chamber of Commerce can form a marriage alliance with the Yin family, within 3 years, the Qin's Chamber of Commerce will enter the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Yellow Crane province. Within 10 years, we will be on par with the top 3 chambers of commerce in the Yellow Crane province. There was a trace of ambition in her eyes. Lu Yulian's blueprint made everyone in the Qin's Chamber of Commerce excited. Compared to the current Qin's Chamber of Commerce struggling at death's door and being forced to a dead end, it was a real bright and open road. But now only the last step was left. Bang! The jade table was completely shattered. The sound of the explosion brought everyone back to reality. What they saw was a furious Qinren. He seemed to be telling everyone that there was no room for negotiation. If they continued to force him, it would be a situation of mutual destruction. She is my daughter. As long as I, Qinren, am alive, no one can touch a single hair on her head. Qinren's eyes emitted flames as he glanced at the people in the Chamber of Commerce. Everyone lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him directly. Only Lu Yulian and Lu Jun did not care and looked at Qinren directly. Angry? So what if he was angry? He was only a toothless tiger, what could he change? Lu Jun carried a faint smile on his face. The managers of the Chamber of Commerce had always been her and her cousin Lu Yulian. As for Qinren, he was only a puppet. Lu Yulian smiled disdainfully and said with disdain, "Let me tell you, Qinren, as long as you are still the patriarch, you have to agree to this matter even if you don't want to." But a heavy sound of something falling to the ground made Lu Yulian's voice stop abruptly. It was a piece of pure gold metal token. The dazzling light symbolized wealth and glory. It was the symbol of the patriarch of the Qin's Chamber of Commerce. "I don't want to be the patriarch anymore." Qinren opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Yulian. "You can be the patriarch if you want. Let me tell you, I can't sell my daughter for glory." The last 3 words were squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Qinren snorted coldly and turned around to leave, leaving behind the astonished crowd and Lu Yulian, whose face was green and white. "What should we do?" Lu Yulian frowned. "I have an idea, sister." Lu Jun's pale face flashed with a hint of viciousness. "Tell me," Lu Yulian said quickly. "It's actually very simple. Qinren only has a few small fries. I can handle them with half a hand." Lu Jun sneered with confidence. "So?" A light flashed across Lu Yulian's eyes. "Kill those small fries and then tie up Qinren." Lu Jun smiled proudly. "It's easy to deal with Qin Qianqian, the widow and her son. We can subdue Qin Qianqian and feed her the special extremely strong aphrodisiac, spring breeze charm powder. I guarantee that no matter how strong her virginity is, she will become a slut and be sent to young Master Yin's room. By then, what's done can't be undone, hee hee." Lu Yulian nodded slowly. Suddenly, she hesitated. "That's not bad. I'm just afraid that she has a strong personality and will kill herself. Wouldn't we have wasted all our efforts?" "Of course not." Lu Jun smiled valiantly. I know women best. As long as you take her body, I guarantee that she will be loyal to you. Plus, we still have a trump card. I'm not afraid that Qin Qianqian won't listen to us. Lu Yulian's eyes brightened. You mean Qinren? Yes. Lu Jun's expression was sinister. He said slowly, since the father and daughter have such a good relationship, we can threaten Qin Qianqian. Anyway, she will be disheartened and dead by then. We have at least an 80% chance of using Qin Ren's life to threaten her. At that time, we can send her to the bridal sedan and get married. Everything will be settled. After pondering for a while, Lu Yulian's lips curled into a smile. My good brother, you're so naughty. Lu Jun's eyes were full of lust. He hugged Lu Yulian and his hand had already reached inside. I can be even naughtier. Didn't I say that I know women best? The smell of decay, mixed with the panting of men and women, reverberated in the huge bedroom. A whoosh. The teleportation formation in Crane County shone brightly. Lin Feng's figure appeared slowly. Looking at the scenery around him, he smiled faintly. Thinking that he would be able to see Qianqian soon, and thinking of the scenes between them in Yanling residence, he felt a sense of happiness and satisfaction. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Although his feelings for Qianqian were brought together by responsibility, he was heartless. Slowly, sparks flew and they developed true feelings. In his heart, he had long regarded Qianqian as his wife. This is the Yellow Crane continent. Lin Feng murmured softly with a calm expression. When he first stepped on the land of the Yellow Crane continent, he did not feel uncomfortable. There was almost no difference between this place and the Vermilion Bird continent, except that there seemed to be more aggressive elements in the air. Lin Feng suddenly smiled as he looked at the surrounding arenas, and various enormous training grounds built on the streets, and he could guess a thing or two about it. This place was quite martial arts. It shouldn't be difficult to find the Merchant Association. Let's go and ask them. Lin Feng nodded. Perhaps he was curious about this place since it was his first time here, but the most important thing now was to find Qianqian. As for the rest, he would think about it later. Chapter 1148. Whoosh. Lin Feng sped along. The bald youth leading the way had a faint smile on his face. Money makes the world go round. It was easy to find the location of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. He only had to spend a little money to get a warrior to lead the way. Moreover, it was a star sector level warrior. Back then, there were as many as 3-star sector level warriors who fought over this alive. Because the price Lin Feng offered was too high. 1-star crystal. It was just leading the way. Why not? In fact, this was already the smallest denomination Lin Feng had. As for the Do Spirit coin, it had long been eliminated. The gold cards of the various chambers of commerce in Shirluo Prefecture could not be used in the Yellow Crane continent. Only star crystals were common goods. 1-star crystal was a sky-high price for other warriors, but for Lin Feng, it was just a fraction of what he could throw away casually. I wonder how Qianqian has been all these years? Lin Feng smiled and thought to himself. She is the daughter of the patriarch. At least she is living a comfortable life and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. I wonder if she has broken through to the Star Lord level? The closer he got, the more he missed her. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Images of the past kept appearing in his mind, and he felt warm and fuzzy. The bald youth leading the way swallowed his saliva uneasily. The black-clothed youth behind him looked ordinary, but in reality, he was very frightening. 1-star crystal right off the bat, and it was actually just to lead the way. Moreover, even if he sped along with all his strength, the black-clothed youth still followed behind him, as if he was taking a stroll. What was even more frightening was that he had no aura at all. He was like a ghost. What kind of strength was this? What's wrong? Lin Feng asked softly. He could feel that the bald young man leading the way suddenly slowed down a little. You won't kill me, will you?" the bald youth asked uneasily. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Why would I kill you?" the bald youth whispered. "If you kill me, you can get back that 1-star crystal." Damn. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I need to kill someone for 1-star crystal? However, Lin Feng did not know that compared to the wealth of the Vermilion Bird continent, the Yellow Crane continent was much poorer. 1-star crystal in the Yellow Crane continent was equivalent to dozens of star crystals in the Vermilion Bird continent. There was a clear distinction between the strong and the weak here, and the disparity between the rich and the poor was even greater. To a powerless star sector level martial artist, 1-star crystal was already a huge sum. "How would I know?" the bald youth muttered. "Lead the way, don't waste time." Lin Feng was speechless. "When we reach the Qin Chamber of Commerce, I will give you another 10-star crystals." Pung! The bald youth's mind was blown, and he was a little dumbfounded. Did he hear wrongly? Another 10-star crystals later? You're joking with me, right? The bald youth's voice trembled a little, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He had already sped up to his fastest speed. "Don't worry, I'll definitely reward you." Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked ahead. He said slowly, "At this speed, how long will it take to get there?" After pondering for a while, the bald youth opened his mouth and said, "Another 10 minutes will be enough." Lin Feng nodded, and a gentle light flashed in his eyes. There was still 10 minutes left. "By the way, on the way here, I seem to have heard many people talking about the Qin Chamber of Commerce. What happened?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. He could still hear passers-by talking while speeding? The bald youth was slightly startled and felt that it was a little unbelievable. However, he still answered honestly, "Senior, you shouldn't be from the Crane County, right? The Cloud Dream Chamber of Commerce has been wanting to annex the Qin Chamber of Commerce for a long time. However, a few months ago, the Qin Chamber of Commerce was found to be fake goods. Rumors spread everywhere, and their business plummeted. The Cloud Dream Chamber of Commerce took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire and hit them when they were down. In just a few months, more than half of the Qin Chamber of Commerce's assets disappeared. So that's how it was." Lin Feng nodded lightly. It seemed that the Crane County was not only aggressive in martial arts, but also in other aspects. There were too many things involved in the competition between the chambers of commerce, such as money, various schemes, and the power behind each chamber of commerce. The Gold Sword sect behind the Qin Chamber of Commerce was not a huge power. Therefore, the position of the Qin Chamber of Commerce was neither high nor low. In the Yellow Crane State, whether a chamber of commerce was strong or not was closely related to the power behind it. "So, what's the situation now?" Lin Feng asked casually. "Not good." The bald youth hesitated slightly and then said, "But now there are rumors that Qin Qianqian, the daughter of the Qin Chamber of Commerce, is very close to Yin Song, the young master of the Yin family. I heard that the two are in love and are about to get married. Therefore, the Cloud Dream Chamber of Commerce seems to have stopped moving and is not acting rashly." Lin Feng was surprised. He did not expect to hear Qianqian's name. Even warriors who had nothing to do with it knew about it. It seemed that this matter had spread like wildfire. "It's just a rumor. Qin Qianqian is not that kind of person." Lin Feng smiled slightly. He did not care about the rumors at all because he believed in Qianqian 100%. "I also don't think it's possible." The bald youth smiled. "Who doesn't know Yin Song, the young master of the Yin family? Unless he is blind, he would like his daughter. But..." The bald youth paused and muttered to himself, "Wind from an empty cave is not without reason. Qin Qianqian may not like Yin Song, but the Qin Chamber of Commerce is in such a situation. Who knows what will happen? Maybe in order to protect the family, Qin Xianxian will sacrifice herself or be forced to marry by her parents. Considering the big picture. As his muttering fell into his ears, Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly. A ripple appeared in his calm heart. The bald youth was right. Wind from an empty cave is not without reason. He believed in Qianqian, but what about her parents? Especially Qianqian's father. As the patriarch, facing such a situation, perhaps he would do something unimaginable. He knew very well that as the patriarch, there were many times when he had no choice but to do as he pleased. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng said, "The Yin family is very powerful, right?" "Of course. That's the strongest power in Crane County. Look, that huge territory belongs to the Yin family. They occupy the center of Crane County, and their territory covers the 7 great districts." The bald youth pointed not far away. "In Crane County, if the Yin family says one, who dares to say two? Therefore, no matter how unscrupulous Yin Song is and how many girls he destroys, no one can do anything to him." Lin Feng frowned slightly. According to what the bald youth said, things did not seem to be good. Looking in the direction of the bald youth's finger, there was a huge building in the distance that stood majestically. Although he glanced at it from afar, it was boundless and majestic. It was enough to show the extent of the Yin family's influence. It was definitely not as simple as an ordinary family force. In Shirluo County, even the family force with the deepest foundation could not compare to it. "The marriage hasn't been announced yet, right?" Lin Feng asked suddenly. "Yes." The bald youth looked thoughtful. "But I think it should be soon. Even if it is not 100%, it is at least 70 or 80%. No, not even a 10% chance." Lin Feng's voice was calm, but there was a hint of indisputability in it. His eyes shone with a sparkling light. Although there was a lot of bad news, at least the marriage had not been announced yet. It could be considered a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Perhaps if he had not come, Qianqian's situation would have become quite troublesome. But now he had come. This matter would never happen again. But Lin Feng clenched his fists, and a faintly discernible aura was released. Now, he had enough power to protect the people he wanted to protect. He would never let Qianqian get hurt. The faintly discernible aura spread out, causing the bald youth to feel a chill down his spine and his heart to tremble. That terrifying feeling was like an unattainable mountain. The bald youth did not even dare to look back, for fear of touching the reverse scale of the terrifying black-clothed youth behind him. It was too terrifying. "It's up ahead," the bald youth said, pointing. He had been leading the way conscientiously all the way. After holding back for a long time, he finally spoke. Although he could not feel any murderous intent, that suffocating smell made him feel even more uneasy and uneasy. Lin Feng looked forward with a calm expression, but there was a faintly discernible aura suppression. That was a rather large area of territory. But looking at this territory, it was very desolate and lifeless. There was no scene of endless traffic like the Chamber of Commerce. It seems that what he said is true. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He had already believed the bald youth's words to 80%. What he heard was false, and what he saw was true. Now that the Chamber of Commerce was quite desolate and deserted, he could guess what had happened. The Qin's Chamber of Commerce was really in trouble. "I hope Qianqian is fine," Lin Feng thought. As the bald youth stepped on the ground, in front of them was the gate of the Chamber of Commerce. A huge plaque was hung, but it was covered with a layer of dust. Through the gate, he could see the looming house, but there was not a single person. The bald youth looked at Lin Feng with some uneasiness. Although he was a little scared, he still remembered the 10-star crystals that Lin Feng had promised him. But when he saw Lin Feng standing in the same place and looking at the Qin's Chamber of Commerce in silence, he did not dare to disturb him, and could only wait quietly. Phew! Lin Feng let out a light breath and calmed himself down. He also did not expect that the Qin's Chamber of Commerce would end up like this. Feeling the presence of the bald youth, Lin Feng was relieved. Just as he was about to take out the 10-star crystals, he suddenly froze and looked forward with sparkling eyes. After a while, whoosh, 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 several silhouettes flew out of the Chamber of Commerce at breakneck speed. Murderous intent was clear. At the front was a youth with a long sword in his hand. His head was lowered and his body was covered with blood. He pressed one hand on his chest and blood had already dyed his clothes red. Behind the youth, there were more than 10 warriors who were emitting murderous intent. They were chasing after him and shouting angrily. Lin Feng looked at the youth. His face that was covered with blood gradually became clear. At this moment, the youth seemed to feel that there was someone in front of him. He raised his head weakly while running and instantly met Lin Feng's eyes. Both of them were stunned in an instant. It was him. Chapter 1149. Ji Xia. There was a bloody light in his blue eyes, and there was incomparable determination. Lin Feng didn't expect to see Ji Xia again under such circumstances. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, a warrior's appearance rarely changed. Especially since he and Ji Xia had known each other for a long time. They were definitely not ordinary friends. In Green Smoke City and Yanling Prefecture, Ji Xia had accompanied him as he grew up. How could he not recognize him? When they parted at Yanling Prefecture, Master Ji Jin, second senior brother Zhu Ling, and Ji Xiu went to Great Flame Prefecture, while Qianqian and Ji Xia went to Yellow Crane Prefecture. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I treat Qianqian like my own sister. Ji Xia smiled. This parting will take at least a year and a half, and at most 5 to 7 years. Take care of yourself and don't let junior sister worry. If you have the chance, come to Yellow Crane Prefecture's Qin Chamber of Commerce. The scene when they parted that day was still clearly engraved in his mind. And now, when he saw Ji Xia again, it was like this. Lin Feng was a little stunned. But at this time, Ji Xia had already madly shouted, "Hurry up and leave, Lin Feng!" He roared with almost all his strength. Ji Xia suddenly turned his head, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. The only sword in his left hand flew out with a strong starlight. Whoosh! The light was dazzling. In an instant, bang! The sword violently exploded, and a wave of mournful howls rang out from the group of enemies. However, there were even more howls of anger. Bastard! Damn it, don't think of running! Go to hell, little bastard! The dazzling treasured sword shattered, but it was only able to delay the enemy for a split second. To a true powerhouse, Ji Xia's attack wasn't enough to cause any trouble at all. In fact, Ji Xia's momentary pause had actually slowed down his own escape, and this momentary pause was fatal. Hiss! Hiss! 2 vines as thick as a baby's arm suddenly shot out from the ground. Ji Xia had no time to react at all. His legs had been tied up. The flashing green light had a demonic aura. The vines continued to extend upward with sharp barbs that pierced deep into Ji Xia's body, completely shattering his already damaged star armor. Ah! Ji Xia screamed in pain. His face and ears were red. He gritted his teeth and unleashed all his star power, but it was only enough to stop the vines from spreading. And in this short period of time, the pursuing cultivators had already caught up to them, each of them looking fierce and vicious. Their bodies were stained with blood, as if they had just experienced a great battle, but it was unknown whose blood this was. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that the auras of these dozen or so martial artists were still very powerful. At most, he would only suffer some minor injuries. It's over. Ji Xia's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and his eyes were filled with deep guilt. However, he did not expect to implicate Lin Feng. He was very clear about the methods of these people. They would rather kill the wrong person than let Lin Feng escape death. At this moment, The bald youth's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was a cosmic sector level warrior, he had just stepped into the cosmic sector level and was no match for them. Run. This was the bald youth's first reaction. Although it was a pity for the 10-star crystals, his life was more important. However, just as he was about to break into a run, suddenly, "Pa!" The black-clothed youth beside him disappeared instantly. His movements were so fast that the bald youth could not even catch a trace of his movement. The bald youth was instantly stunned. At this moment, Ji Xia was also stunned because he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him. It was so familiar. Lin Feng. Ji Xia's brain had just reacted when the terrifying murderous aura of the dozen or so enemies in front of him suddenly arrived. It was as if they were going to annihilate everything. Furious shouts and roars rose and fell one after another. However, in an instant, he saw that Lin Feng seemed to have moved. He only slowly raised his right hand. His movements were very slow, but they seemed to contain endless mysteries. Every movement of his hand seemed to be as tall as the sky. Boom! A flame rose, blocking all sight. It was a fiery red light that he could not see clearly at all. It was like a ball of fire, but also like 1,000 flames enveloping it. Lin Feng only raised his hand, and the flame had already appeared in his hand. Bang! This flame made everything stop. Time stood still at that moment. In the eyes of the bald youth and Ji Xia, the flame disappeared in the blink of an eye, and there was no sound in their ears. As the bright red flame disappeared without a trace, there was nothing in front of them. It was empty. Where did he go? This thought appeared in the minds of Ji Xia and the bald youth at the same time. The dozen or so warriors who were still majestic and murderous just now had completely disappeared like smoke and dust. There was no trace of their existence at all. Shocked and horrified, Ji Xia and the bald youth felt a chill down their spines. It was so cold that they shivered and got goosebumps. Dead. He died just like that? The bald young man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his legs began to tremble. At this moment, Ji Xia had already recovered from the shock because there was no longer any pain in his body. The demonic green vines had disappeared without a trace, which meant that the warrior who released the star technique was already dead. How could it be? Ji Xia's mind was in a mess, and he could not recover from the shock. The dozen or so warriors who chased after him were all elites of the Chamber of Commerce, and 2 of them were star sector level powerhouses. He used all his strength and almost died. Under the protection of his brothers, he was seriously injured and barely escaped. But now these powerful martial artists had actually disappeared without a trace in an instant? It's okay. Lin Feng turned around. Looking at Ji Xia's appearance, his heart ached and he felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Ji Xia and Qian Qian's relationship, it was impossible for them to encounter such a situation. Most importantly, this was in the Qin Chamber of Commerce. With endless doubts in his heart, Lin Feng pursed his lips slightly, but he put this question aside for the time being. Light flashed in his hand, and an exquisite fruit suddenly flew out. Catch Brother Ji! Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He could tell that Ji Xia was already at the end of his rope. Not only was his body seriously injured, but his soul was also seriously injured. Fortunately, he was not strong and was only a Star Lord, so this Emperor Reaper fruit should be enough to heal his injuries. Earth-rank star fruit? The bald young man's eyes widened. This is... Ji Xia weakly reached out and took it. Looking at this strangely shaped fruit, he instantly lost his voice. Emperor Reaper fruit! My God, 10,000 star crystals! The bald young man's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. This... Ji Xia was a little dazed, but this was a bit too expensive. Lin Feng said seriously, "Hurry up and eat it, Brother Ji. Your injuries can't be delayed." He had experienced countless battles of life and death, and had walked past the gates of hell countless times. He knew very well that the injuries to his body were secondary, but the injuries to his soul would worsen with each passing minute. He had to treat it seriously. Oh! Ji Xia had already run out of ideas. The bald young man opened his mouth wide in shock. Then, he swallowed the royal reed fruit, which was worth 10,000 star crystals, in one gulp. No way! The bald young man's mouth twitched. He swallowed 10,000 star crystals just like that? Lin Feng's eyes glittered and he stood there calmly. This Emperor Reaper fruit was useless to him, but it was a rare treasure for a Star Lord. It could be counted as half a soul-returning fruit. Not only that, but it could also heal injuries and create new blood. The only downside was that it had too little energy, so it was not very useful for a Star Realm warrior. Hua! The light flashed, and Ji Xia's pale face instantly turned red. His weak eyes also glowed. The soul power he had consumed was replenished, and his spirit was refreshed. It was worth it. Lin Feng, you. His voice returned to normal, and Ji Xia immediately looked up at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with endless confusion. We'll talk about my business later. Lin Feng immediately interrupted with a slightly anxious look in his eyes. He said, "What happened? Why were you hunted by the Qin Chamber of Commerce? And Qianqian, is she okay?" Qianqian? The bald young man was slightly dazed. "I'm sorry, Lin Feng." Ji Xia's voice was a bit heavy, and he clenched his fists in pain. "I didn't do what I promised you. Junior sister, she was taken away." Bang! It was like a heavy bomb had exploded. Hearing this shocking news, Lin Feng felt as if the world had collapsed, and everything became gray and silent. He staggered back 2 steps. But Lin Feng instantly clenched his fist. His expression changed drastically in a split second, carrying a strong, ruthless aura. A sharp light shot out from his eyes, and a strong murderous intent emitted from him. In an instant, Ji Xia felt a chill in her heart, and the bald youth fell to the ground. Terrifying! He was as terrifying as a demon god. The bald young man was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a terrifying aura. It was as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. What strength! Don't blame yourself first. Lin Feng pursed his lips, and his eyes were serious. He said word by word, "Tell me the whole story in detail." Impulsiveness would only make things worse. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must be. Lin Feng knew this very well. Emotional outbursts were normal, but he knew that he couldn't blame Ji Xia for this. Because he wasn't strong enough to protect Qianqian. Moreover, it wasn't Ji Xia's responsibility to protect Qianqian. It was his own responsibility. At that time, I just came back from outside with a few brothers. Suddenly, we saw that the inner court where Qianqian was in chaos. It seemed that something had happened. My brothers and I rushed over and saw Qianqian being taken away. Most of Qianqian's guards were dead, and corpses were everywhere. My brothers and I didn't know what had happened. When the other party saw us, they immediately attacked, and their killing intent was obvious. Then, under the protection of my brothers, I barely managed to escape. Very quickly, Ji Xia recounted everything that had happened in detail. Lin Feng's expression kept changing, and his eyes were shining. He suppressed the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart, and listened very carefully without interrupting. Ji Xia's narration was very important. Now was not the time to blame anyone. The most important thing was to save Qianqian. Who were those people? Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and he stared at Ji Xia. Ji Xia's eyes were bloody and his body trembled. They were warriors of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. What? Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 1150. What was going on? If it was some other force that kidnapped Qianqian, they might have other motives. However, it was the martial artists of the Qin Chamber of Commerce. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ji Xia gritted his teeth and said, They are all jade-faced young Master Lu Jun's men. I know them. Take me to him. Lin Feng said without hesitation, suppressing the anger in his heart. No matter how chaotic the situation was, he could not lose his composure. No matter what it was, even if he could not find the reason behind it, there must be a truth. Moreover, it was like a maze, and there was only one way out. All right, Ji Xia replied without any hesitation. Although he knew that returning to the Qin Chamber of Commerce would mean death. For Lin Feng and for Qianqian, Ji Xia did not care. Death was not scary. Being afraid of death was scary. Your reward. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the bald young man. He casually tossed 10 star crystals to him. The bald young man caught it. Feeling the weight in his hand, his heart beat rapidly. This ordinary-looking black-clothed youth in front of him was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely wealthy. This could be seen from the extent of his extravagance. The bald young man reacted quickly. His eyes lit up. I wonder if the Qianqian you mentioned is the daughter of the Qin Chamber of Commerce, Qin Qianqian? Yes. Lin Feng did not deny it. After getting an affirmative answer, the bald young man raised his eyebrows and said, From what Brother Ji said, this matter is very strange. It seems like there is an internal conflict, but in fact there is a hidden mystery. Perhaps it is related to the conflict between the Qin Chamber of Commerce or the intervention of external forces. For example, the Cloud Dream Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. What he said was not impossible. After all, the Cloud Dream Chamber of Commerce and the Qin Chamber of Commerce had a deep grudge. Lin Feng looked at the bald young man. This bald young man was very smart to be able to infer many things from the clues. Continue. Lin Feng nodded. The bald youth's eyes flashed with excitement. This junior is thick-skinned and has some connections here. If senior doesn't mind, junior is willing to go and inquire about it immediately. Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains. Connections. Yes, it was very important. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. Lin Feng was well aware of this logic. Moreover, there was no harm in splitting their forces into 2 groups. There was no doubt that they would have more hope. All right. Lin Feng answered decisively. Then, a bright light flashed in his hand and flew towards the bald young man. Here are 10,000 star crystals. You can use them as a bribe. If you get any useful information, come here and inform me immediately, even if it's just a clue. Lin Feng's voice was burning. If you can find Qianqian, I will give you 10 times the reward. As his voice fell, not only was the bald youth stunned, but Ji Xia was also stunned. Did he hear it wrong? 10 times the reward? In other words, 100,000 star crystals. Ji Xia looked at the face that was exactly the same as the one in his memory, but it was as if he was a different person. He offered 10,000 star crystals without even blinking. He even promised 10 times the reward, which was 100,000 star crystals. And just now, he fought against 10 and killed the elites of the Chamber of Commerce. He felt so terrifying and unfathomable. Was he really Lin Feng? Looking at that resolute face, Ji Xia felt suffocated. He was so close, but he couldn't feel any aura from Lin Feng. He was as tall as the sky. Yes, yes. The bald youth was very excited. He hurriedly put away the 10,000 star crystals and nodded. Senior, don't worry. I will do my best to find out about Qianqian. I will not let you down. Goodbye. As he spoke, he hurriedly left. The bald youth's heart was beating very fast. He was in a state of excitement. A pie in the sky fell from the sky. He offered 10,000 star crystals. If he could find out anything, oh my God, he would get 100,000 star crystals as a reward. Thinking of this, The bald youth's mouth was full of smiles. He was really lucky this time. He had met the god of fortune. However, to Lin Feng, what was 10,000 star crystals? What was 100,000 star crystals? As long as he could save Qianqian, it didn't matter if it was 1,000,000 star crystals, 10,000,000 star crystals, or even if he had to go bankrupt. Money could be earned again, but there was only one Qianqian, and that was his wife. She was the woman he loved. He wouldn't allow her to be hurt. If anyone dares to touch a single hair of Qianqian, I will make sure he dies without a burial place. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The surging killing intent was spreading. Even if the heavens wanted to move Qianqian, he would poke a hole in the heavens. Let's go, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. It was as if they had entered a dragon's den. Ji Xia's face was solemn, but Lin Feng's face was filled with anxiety. Every minute that passed, Qianqian would be in more danger. Every decision he made now was very important. One wrong move could cause him to lose everything. He had to seize every minute. The sooner he found the clues and the answer, the sooner he could save Qianqian. Brother Ji, do you know why that Lu Jun sent people to kidnap Qianqian? Lin Feng asked seriously while they were running. I don't know. Ji Xia's face was red and he was panting. His body had just recovered a little, and he was already running at full speed. My brothers and I were sent to the Zhongru mansion half a year ago. We just came back and we are still confused about what happened. Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he didn't ask any more questions. Half a year was neither long nor short. It was enough for many things to happen. Everything would be clear once they found Lu Jun. Whoosh, whoosh. Like two sharp arrows, they shuttled through the Qin Chamber of Commerce. Ji Xia led the way and he could feel the heavy pressure behind him. Although Lin Feng didn't release any aura, that suffocating feeling was everywhere. His strength was extremely terrifying. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Lu Jun. Lin Feng. Ji Xia pondered and his eyes flashed. Has he reached Star Sector level rank 9 or even higher and reached the peak of Star Sector level? Ji Xia muttered to himself. Too shocking. When they were in the Yanling mansion, the gap between them wasn't that big. Who would have thought that it had only been a few years, and the gap between them was like heaven and earth? However, Ji Xia didn't know that Lin Feng's strength behind him was much more terrifying than he imagined. It had already reached a level he couldn't estimate. That was the power system that truly stood at the top of the Douling world. It was the top combat power in the Douling world. Ji Xia couldn't be blamed. After all, he was only a Star Lord. Saints were just a legendary existence to him. Not to mention him, most Star Sector level martial artists wouldn't even see a saint in their lifetime. As for the strength of a saint, how many martial artists knew about it? It's right in front. Ji Xia's eyes were deep as he pointed forward. He estimated Lin Feng's strength and associated it with the scene of Lin Feng killing everyone just now. His mood was inexplicably much calmer. He felt that as long as Lin Feng was by his side, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, it wouldn't be so terrifying. But it was also quite strange. Ji Xia frowned. Entering the Chamber of Commerce was easier than he imagined. Along the way, no one came to kill him. It was as if the incident just now didn't happen at all. Very strange. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. His gaze landed on the huge luxurious mansion in front. His aura had already spread out and covered everything. To have such a large living area in the Qin Chamber of Commerce, it was enough to see the status and strength of this jade-faced young master Lu Jun in the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Jun is a Star Sector level rank 9 martial artist? Lin Feng asked. Yes, why? Ji Xia was slightly confused. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Feng frowned. He moved like lightning and didn't stop at all, but his voice was a little cold. There's no Star Sector level rank 9 martial artist here. He could clearly sense his aura. There were many martial artists in this huge mansion, more than 1,000 people. However, the strongest was only a star sector level rank 5, and there was only one. The most important thing was, there was no Qianqian's aura in the mansion. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, Qianqian was one of his true love. Even if 100 or 1,000 years had passed, he wouldn't forget her aura. With the first ray of hope destroyed, his heart was much heavier. This Lu Jun isn't in the mansion, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Huh! Ji Xia's expression changed. Although he was confused about why Lin Feng was so certain, he didn't doubt it at all. He pursed his lips and said, he might not have returned to the mansion. Let's go to other places in the Chamber of Commerce to look. Lin Feng didn't answer and asked, who lives in this mansion? Is there a star sector level rank 5? Star sector level rank 5 was very common, but it wasn't common in the Qin Chamber of Commerce. It was like looking for a star sector level rank 5 in the Lin clan. It was very rare. Along the way, he only sensed one star sector level rank 5's aura, and the martial artist in this mansion was the second. He definitely wasn't a nobody. Since he was in Lu Jun's mansion, it was very likely to be related to him. Ji Xia's eyes flashed as he said, it's Lu Jun's family, trusted guards, etc. That star sector level rank 5, if I'm not wrong, should be one of Lu Jun's 4 heavenly kings, Lu Fei from the Golden Sword sect. Trusted guards, also from the Golden Sword sect. Lu Jun's 4 heavenly kings. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. No need to trouble yourself. Ask him clearly. The Qin Chamber of Commerce was too big, and it wasn't easy to find one person. Plus, they might not be able to find him. Rather than wasting time, it was better to think about how to use the resources in front of them. Since Lu Fei was one of Lu Jun's trusted guards and had such power, then he might be in contact with Qianqian and know about this matter. Ask Lu Fei? Ji Xia was stunned and didn't react. However, he suddenly realized that he was still stuck in his old way of thinking. Perhaps Lu Fei was indeed very strong in the Qin Chamber of Commerce, but in his estimation, Lin Feng's power wasn't weaker than Lu Jun. It shouldn't be difficult to subdue Lu Fei. Thinking of this, Ji Xia suddenly had hope. He hurriedly followed the direction Lin Feng was heading in. Chapter 1151. In the main hall of the mansion, Lu Fei looked at the young man in black who had broken through the door with a panicked expression. The majestic, murderous aura was suffocating. The newcomer was obviously an enemy. Earlier, he had already sensed this terrifying aura and had been waiting for it. As Lin Feng entered, Lu Fei immediately screamed hysterically, "Kill him!" The guards behind him received the order and immediately rushed out like a pack of wolves pouncing on their prey. But, bang! Lin Feng's eyes lit up and his qi exploded. Thick flames, mixed with the terrifying power of the Path of Saints, formed a large fan shape with his body as the center and exploded violently. The attacking warriors felt as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. The scorching aura hit them in the face. Dozens of warriors were instantly repelled, and these were only the weaker ones. The stronger warriors were only able to resist the qi for a moment before the flames arrived. This was the true power of an attack. Bang! They were instantly turned into ashes and dispersed. Even if the power of the fire of rebirth was not as strong as the fire of devouring, to deal with warriors of such strength, it was as easy as using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Lu Fei was already petrified. Looking at the horrifying scene in front of him, his whole body trembled. In an instant, Lin Feng's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. Lu Fei's heart trembled. He wanted to escape but found that his legs seemed to have lost all strength. He could not move at all. Like a killing star descending. Crack! Lin Feng grabbed Lu Fei's throat and lifted him up. The intense murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes leaked out uncontrollably. Lin Feng's voice was bone-chilling as he looked at the bastard who was helping the evildoer. Where is Lu Jun? Where is Qian? Lin Feng's heart was filled with rage as he stared at the pale and terrified face. Lu Fei was horrified, as if he was suffocating. It was not that he could not resist, but he did not even have the strength to resist. His whole body was suppressed by an extremely terrifying force. It was not the palm, but the complete control of the aura. It was far beyond his strength. I'll give you one last chance. Lin Feng's eyes glinted fiercely. He tightened his grip on Lu Fei's throat, and the sound of bones cracking could be faintly heard. Without hesitation, he had no time to waste. There was more than one way to find Qian. If Lu Fei was really stubborn and refused to speak, there was no need for him to waste time on him. Not everyone was afraid of death. However, it was clear that Lu Fei was not a loyal lackey. Spare me, Senior, I really don't know. Lu Fei's face was pale. His body trembled violently as he hissed, I only know that head steward Lu personally took him away. Take him away? Lin Feng violently jumped, and the killing intent that was already uncontrollable spread uncontrollably. In other words, Qian was no longer in the Chamber of Commerce. When Lu Fei saw Lin Feng's blood-red eyes and surging killing intent, his hands and feet turned cold. Especially after hearing the news about Lin Feng, it was as if a devil had descended upon the world. Unable to breathe at all, Lu Fei's vision blurred, and he saw the gates of hell slowly opening before him. He was about to be killed. In an instant, have mercy! Outside the door, Ji Xia's face was red as he rushed in, panting. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he regain his senses. His emotions were slightly suppressed, and his grip on Lu Fei's throat loosened slightly. Looking at the mess around her, Ji Xia's heart was overwhelmed with shock. There were corpses everywhere, and it was obvious what had happened just now. He had only arrived a little later than Lin Feng. Among the dozens of martial artists, there was no lack of cosmic sector-level existences, but they were either dead or injured. What had happened in just a few seconds was truly shocking. Although he doesn't know where Lu Jun went, he's still one of Lu Jun's closest people. Ji Xia looked at Lu Fei with burning eyes and nodded. He probably knows why Lu Jun took Qian away and what happened. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his grip loosened a little. Indeed, Ji Xia's words made sense. When he heard the bad news, he couldn't control his emotions. If he knew why Lu Jun took Qian away and what happened, he would be able to deduce many things. This was also crucial. As for the power structure of the Qin Chamber of Commerce and the relationships between people, Ji Xia obviously knew much more than he did. Tell me, why did Lu Jun take Qian away? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Lu Fei suddenly woke up and subconsciously shook his head. I'm not very sure. Seeing Lin Feng's murderous eyes, Lu Fei's heart tightened, and he said with a trembling voice, But this matter might be related to Patriarch Qin Ren's rejection of the marriage alliance. Maybe because Qian refused to marry, Manager Lu wanted to use that trick. As jackals of the same tribe, how could Lu Fei not know after following Lu Jun for so many years? However, he was very smart and knew what to say and what not to say. This black-clothed youth was like the reincarnation of a killing star. He had already offended him, and if he provoked him further, he wouldn't be able to save his life even if he had a few heads. Shocking. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. Patriarch Qin Ren rejected the marriage alliance. Qian refused to marry and Lu Jun used tricks. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly and his heart ached. He was the one who had wronged Qian. Make it short, tell me everything from the beginning. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. His chest heaved up and down, but he forced himself to calm down. Being impulsive would not solve the problem. The most important thing now was to find the root of the matter. Yes, yes. Lu Fei nodded hurriedly. Pa. Lin Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were exposed. He could not stop his aura from surging and revealing his murderous intent, giving Ji Xia and Lu Fei a lot of pressure. Especially Lu Fei, he was even more careful. Every time he spoke, he would sneak a glance at Lin Feng to gauge the change in his expression. He did not dare to provoke this devil in front of him too much. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. That's what happened, Senior. Lu Fei shrunk his head and sneaked a glance at Lin Feng. When he saw that cold face and did not say a word, he felt an indescribable fear in his heart. Immediately, Lu Fei dropped to his knees, no longer caring about his dignity. He kowtowed with both hands on the ground and said, "This has nothing to do with me. It was all the doing of Lu Jun and Lu Yulian, that adulterous couple. As their subordinates, how could we dare to disobey them? But I swear, I, Lu Fei, have never done anything wrong to Miss Qianqian. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Master? Master? When disaster struck, everyone flew away. As long as he could live, Lu Fei did not care what he was told to do, let alone talk. But whether he lived or died, his life was still in Lin Feng's hands. "Brother Ji, what do you think?" Lin Feng looked at Ji Xia solemnly. "What Lu Fei said is highly probable." Ji Xia nodded solemnly. "Although clan leader Qin Ren is in charge of all matters in the Chamber of Commerce, the one who has absolute power is first Madame Lu Yulian, who has the support of the Golden Sword clan. The chief steward Lu Jun is his cousin. The two of them are in cahoots and control the lifeline of the Chamber of Commerce. According to what Lu Fei said, the two of them have already hooked up. Many people saw clan leader Qin Ren rejecting the marriage in public. I don't think Lu Fei would dare to lie. Lu Yulian and Lu Jun tried both soft and hard methods but to no avail. It is indeed possible that they would disregard their honor and commit such an outrageous act. Moreover, according to what I know, Ji Xia clenched his teeth and pursed his lips tightly. He glanced at Lin Feng but hesitated to speak. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. "Just say it." Lu Fei's face turned pale. He knew what Ji Xia was going to say, but he did not dare to say it out loud for fear of provoking this ancestor. No matter how stupid he was, he could see that this black-clothed youth was related to Qin Qianqian. Maybe they were close friends. The young master of the Yin family, Yin Tsong, is an obscene and promiscuous woman. Ji Xia's lips were a little pale. Although the Yin family is cleaning up after him, everyone knows about his evil deeds. Countless innocent girls have been ruined by him. If Qianqian really falls into his hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ji Xia's voice was heavy. Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill down his spine and goosebumps all over his body. What a terrifying aura! It enveloped the entire hall. Ji Xia glanced at Lin Feng, only to see a sea of fiery light that seemed to be able to burn everything. Lin Feng. He was completely furious. His woman was bullied, and might even fall into the hands of a pervert. How could he tolerate it? And a large part of this was because of his negligence. He did not protect Qianqian well. If he had come earlier, perhaps the whole thing would not have happened, and Qianqian would not have been kidnapped like this. This was his responsibility. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared. The deafening sound was infused with bits of astral power. It scattered everywhere like a rain of flowers. In an instant, those lackeys who were still alive all bled from their 7 orifices. They were shaken to death. Lu Fei's face was pale. Thick blood seeped out of his ears. Lin Feng could not control his emotions at all. That kind of feeling tore his heart into pieces. However, he was not completely crazy. Lin Feng was still rational. At least, He protected Jixia from getting hurt. His aura burst out completely. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as knives. He looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei's eyes were dull. Blood came out of his eyes. His soul power was like a sword that stabbed into his brain, severely injuring his soul. He could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. Lu Fei's soul was severely injured. His strength was completely destroyed. "Let's go." Lin Feng clenched his teeth. His voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "Go where?" Jixia was also a little confused. He had never seen Lin Feng so angry. It was as if he was possessed by an Azura. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp. His body was burning with flames. His voice was bone-chilling. He opened his mouth and said word by word, "Yin Mansion." Chapter 1152. The Yin family had a supreme status in Crane County, like an uncrowned king. Even in the entire Yellow Crane state, the Yin family's power was enough to be ranked in the top 3. The head of the Yin family, Yin Ziyuan, was a legendary figure. As a saint, he became the head of the family, pushing the Yin family's fame and reputation to the peak. The stronger one was, the harder it was to reproduce. Yin Ziyuan's luck wasn't good. He had 3 daughters in a row. It wasn't until 30 years ago that he was fortunate enough to have a son, Yin Tsong, to pass on his legacy. Hence, he doted on him a lot. Yin Tsong, as his name suggested, was quite intelligent. He had talent not inferior to his father and enjoyed the best cultivation conditions. At a young age, he had already cultivated to the 7th stage of the star sector level. He was considered a dragon among men in Crane County. However, his quality was extremely poor and even disgusting. When he was young, he molested his maids. When he grew up, he even raped his bride on her wedding day. His notoriety spread far and wide. Many women's chastity was ruined by his hands. However, because the Yin family was rich and powerful, and the strong were respected in Crane County, such matters weren't difficult for the Yin family to deal with. If the soft approach didn't work, they would use the hard approach. If the hard approach didn't work, they would just kill. This was power and status. However, God was watching what people did. Many times it wasn't that they didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. Jixia led the way, but she couldn't calm down. What a joke, they were going to the Yin family. It was the strongest force in Crane County and ranked in the top 3 in the Yellow Crane continent. Their patriarch, Yin Ziyuan, was a legendary saint-level existence who was extremely elusive. He could crush the 2 of them to death with a single hand. No matter how strong Lin Feng was now, what was the use? Lin Feng, should we consider this at length? Jixia hesitated. After all, it's just a guess. Moreover, Lu Fei's one-sided words don't mean anything. We don't have any evidence or clues now. Wouldn't it be too reckless to just go to the Yin family like this? There's no time to verify whether it's true or not, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. We have to try any possibility. With Lu Fei's understanding of Lu Jun, this possibility is more than 70%. Jixia pursed her lips. What about the other 30%? A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he said, then 30% is their bad luck. Yin residence. Grand and majestic. It was like a mountain range that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, with no end in sight. In the center of Crane County there were the tallest buildings, the most luxurious decorations, and the most powerful warriors. This place was second to none in the Crane County. For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to disrespect the Yin clan. It was the symbol of the Crane County. At the gate, 9 giant dragons and golden eagles appeared. There were more than 100 cultivators standing guard outside the door. Among them, there were as many as 7-star sector-level cultivators. This was enough to show how powerful they were. And these were just the guards guarding the door. Even if Qianqian was taken into the Yin residence, the Yin residence is so big. How are we going to find her? Ji Xia had a headache. It wasn't easy to conduct a thorough search in this remote area. Moreover, they had to hide from the Yin residence's people, which made it even more difficult. There's no need to find her. Lin Feng's voice was calm. His answer was very decisive, but it startled Ji Xia. He didn't know what Lin Feng meant by that. While he was still pondering, he suddenly saw Lin Feng walking straight to the main gate. Ji Xia's expression changed instantly. He quickly said, "Are you crazy, Lin Feng? This place is heavily guarded. We have to enter from another place. I know a place." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already disappeared. His speed was so fast that Ji Xia was stunned on the spot. He didn't know what to do. He instantly reacted, but Lin Feng had already appeared in front of the main gate. Ji Xia's eyes widened, and his heartbeat kept accelerating. He was in front of the Yin residence's main gate. "Who are you?" One of the guards walked forward and asked expressionlessly. There were more than 100 cultivators standing in front of the main gate. The dense formation looked rather majestic. Lin Feng stood upright. His eyes flashed as he looked ahead. He could vaguely feel that there were a few unusually powerful auras in the Yin residence. "Hey, I'm asking you." Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, the guard captain immediately glared at him. They were usually fawned upon. They had never met a cultivator who dared to be so disrespectful to them. The guard captain arrogantly raised his head and pointed his index finger at Lin Feng with disdain. "Are you King deaf?" Crack. His index finger was directly broken. The guard captain squealed like a pig being slaughtered. But in an instant, bang! It was a heavy punch. Like a kite with a broken string, the guard captain's voice suddenly disappeared. Even his star armor was smashed into pieces. There was a huge hole in his chest. He flew out upside down. The majestic aura he had just exuded was now gone. Dead. There was complete silence. All the guards were stunned. Even Ji Xia behind Lin Feng widened his eyes. He guessed that Lin Feng would do this, but he didn't expect that he really dared to do so. It should be known that this was the famous Yin residence, the most powerful force in the entire Crane County. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was openly provoking him. He had no scruples at all. Instantly, all the guards were furious. It was like being slapped in the face in front of the main gate of their home. They had lost all their face. But boom! Boom! Lin Feng raised his hand. His eyes were completely shining. There was no time to prepare. Two extremely terrifying balls of devouring fire bloomed and dazzled the sky. The fierce flames were like the bites of demons. They crazily blasted out from left and right, covering the entire area. The guards didn't even have time to shout before they disappeared in an instant. Boom! The main gate of the Yin residence was completely destroyed. There was nothing more than a mile in front of them. Wherever the devouring fire passed, it opened up a huge passage. And this strike seemed to tell everyone, Lin Feng had come. It can't be? Ji Xia was dumbfounded. Not only was he shocked by Lin Feng's strength, but he was also shocked by his straightforward method. What did Lin Feng mean by this? Breaking into the Yin residence? "Let's go, Brother Ji," Lin Feng turned his head and said softly. He didn't explain, nor did he need to explain. This was the simplest and most direct method. Charge in. Ji Xia's expression changed. Seeing Lin Feng take a step forward, he gritted his teeth and followed without hesitation. Since he came, he had no intention of retreating. What was there to be afraid of? Since Lin Feng could risk everything to save Qianqian, he could also do everything to save his junior sister. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Ji Xia was going all out. Boom! Boom! Lin Feng sped forward. But he didn't stay idle. Almost in an instant, he threw out rebirth fireballs with both hands. Even if he didn't add astral source energy, just the rebirth fire with the sage path was already extremely terrifying. Every time a fireball fell, it would quickly ignite and spread throughout the Yin residence. Everywhere was on fire. Lin Feng provoked without restraint. Ji Xia, who was following behind, was speechless. He was frightened, but he could faintly understand Lin Feng's intention. Since he was going to make a fuss, he would make a big fuss. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. But wasn't this a little too arrogant? Yin Residence, Yuan Song Pavilion. This was one of the most luxurious residences in the Yin residence. It covered 1/1000th of the entire Yin residence and was the residence of the Yin family's only son, Yin Kong. At this moment, the garden was filled with laughter and the atmosphere was joyous. A few guests had come and were drinking happily. "Young Master Yin, we have brought her to you." Lu Jun smiled. "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Yin Song's eyes flashed with lust as he glanced at Qin Qianqian, who was like a sleeping beauty. Her short hair and neat bangs set off her peach-shaped face perfectly. Qin Qianqian's youthfulness had long disappeared after a few years and was replaced by a clear beauty. Her temperament had changed. The current Qin Qianqian was even more beautiful than a few years ago. She was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, very beautiful. "I hope young Master Yin doesn't forget what you promised us." Lu Yulian smiled charmingly. "Don't worry, young Master Yin, will do what I say." Yin Song patted his chest and smiled. "If this succeeds, I will announce my wedding in 3 days and marry Qianqian." As he spoke, he looked at Qin Qianqian with a burning gaze and felt his mouth go dry. Thinking about what was about to happen and enjoying the beautiful body of his dreams, Yin Song completely forgot himself and agreed to anything. After that, he would talk about that later. "Come, let's toast to our Yin and Lu families becoming in-laws." Lu Jun's face was full of smiles. "All right." Yin Song raised his wine cup and grinned from ear to ear. But at that moment, there seemed to be a commotion outside. Yin Song was unhappy and shouted, "Men?" "Yes, young master," an old man dressed as a butler replied. Yin Song looked into the distance and said, "What happened outside, old who?" Reporting to young master, "This old servant doesn't know either." Old Hu bowed. "Then what are you standing here for? Go out and take a look." Yin Song glared and shouted. "Yes, this old servant will go right away," Old Hu replied. "What af*, King Killjoy?" Yin Song pursed his lips and sat down. He glanced at Qin Qianqian, who was lying quietly on the side. Looking at her snow-white skin, moving face, and perky breasts, he felt hot blood rush up again. He swallowed his saliva and recovered his smile. Come. Let's drink a few more cups. Since young Master Yin is in such a mood, this Lu will accompany you to the end, haha." Lu Jun laughed in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the commotion outside was thrown to the back of his mind. To Yin Song, no matter what happened, it was not as important as his official business right now. He had been yearning to possess Qin Qianqian for many years. Now that his dream had finally come true, he had to put everything else aside. Anyway, even if the sky fell, his father would hold it up. What was there to be afraid of? His eyes were full of lust and the alcohol had taken over his body. Yin Song was extremely excited. Chapter 1153. The Yin residence was on fire. The huge Yin residence was burning with flames and was completely boiling. "It's on fire! Come and put out the fire. Over here, the fire in the west wing is the biggest. Go." There was a lot of noise and chaos. The Yin residence was in an unprecedented mess. It had never been like this since it was built. The warriors, guards, and servants were all in a mess. Wails could be heard from time to time. Putting out the fire? It depended on what kind of fire. That was the rebirth fire released by Lin Feng. Even if it wasn't as powerful as the devouring fire, even without the infusion of astral power, this was a special type of top-notch flame that was bestowed with the path of saints. Even a peak star sector-level warrior might not have the strength to put out the fire. Following behind Lin Feng, Ji Xia felt his scalp go numb. Looking at the raging flames around him and seeing Lin Feng's expressionless face, he saw Lin Feng shoot out fireballs one after another as if he was just playing around. This kind of destruction, this kind of recklessness, completely ignoring the Yin residents. It was hard to imagine how angry the warriors of the Yin residents would be when they found out. Sigh. Ji Xia sighed and looked at Lin Feng's back, feeling helpless. It's not just his strength that has grown. Lin Feng's temper has also grown. Ji Xia shook his head. He could only remain calm after thinking about it. It was a fact now. Since he was already here and the fire had been set, what else could he do? Even if he went to apologize, would it be useful? If he died, then so be it. Anyway, his life was saved by Lin Feng. A life for a life was only right. Thinking of this, Ji Xia's tense nerves relaxed. He let out a sigh and calmed down. He also understood why Lin Feng did this. The method was very direct. I hope it works, Ji Xia said softly, but there was no confidence in his eyes. This was the Yin residence, a huge force that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Yellow Crane continent. Royal Pavilion. This was the most luxurious jade pavilion in the Yin residence. Usually, no one was allowed to enter at all. Even Yin Tsong was grounded. Come, big brother, second brother, let me toast you again. A middle-aged man with a mustache raised his wine cup, his eyes sparkling. Thank you for putting in a good word for me in front of Master, allowing me to finally step onto the clear skies road and cultivate with Master. It's a piece of cake. The tallest of the 3, the 7-feet-tall man, laughed heartily. Third brother, Master has seen your performance. The skinny man's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. They raised their cups and drank together. The relationship between the 3 of them was quite good. His eldest brother, Hong Zhan, and second brother, Yu Ming, were both intermediate-rank saints. On the other hand, the middle-aged man with a mustache was the legendary patriarch of the Yin estate, Yin Ziyuan. At this moment, there were only 3 people in the royal pavilion. A gathering between saints would naturally not involve outsiders. No matter what, Ziyuan will always remember Big Brother and Second Brother's favor. Yin Ziyuan smiled and said, This time, when I step onto the Azure Sky Road, I will definitely do my best to break through the initial stage and become a mid-stage saint. At that time, we 3 brothers will help each other. Even if the 3rd Great Shaman Demon War breaks out, we won't have to worry. Well said. Brothers for a day, brothers for life. Hong Zhan said heroically. Yu Ming smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. What's wrong, second brother? Yin Ziyuan asked. There are some noises outside. It seems that a fight has broken out. Yu Ming's eyes sparkled as he spoke slowly. Among the 3 of them, his soul energy was the strongest. His senses were naturally much more outstanding than Hong Zhan and Yin Ziyuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Zhan and Yin Ziyuan were both stunned. It seems to be a little, Hong Zhan said in a low voice. Yin Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. There shouldn't be anyone who dares to cause trouble in my Yin estate, right? In terms of family power and martial arts strength, Yin Ziyuan didn't dare to believe that someone would be so audacious. No, someone has indeed entered. Yu Ming's expression slowly turned solemn as he said seriously, The person has concealed his aura and has extremely outstanding control over his domain. He's a saint. Hong Zhan and Yin Ziyuan exchanged glances, and their expressions gradually turned solemn. Yu Ming's senses naturally wouldn't be wrong. I'll go take a look, Yin Ziyuan said solemnly. Come, let's go together, Hong Zhan said in a low voice. I want to see which blind person dares to cause trouble here. With a cold snort, Hong Zhan left with Yin Zhuan. Yu Ming hesitated slightly before following them. It was a complete mess. Lin Feng's attack caused the entire Yin estate to fall into a state of paralysis. Majestic flames rumbled in all directions. Not only were the Yin estate members nervous and shocked, but it was also a state of chaos. Even the outside of Crane Cry County could be seen clearly. The monstrous flames seemed to want to swallow the sky. The fiery red color was extremely dazzling, and it caused all the martial arts practitioners to speculate. What happened to the Yin estate? I don't know. Why did it suddenly catch fire? I don't know either. Could it be that someone wants to harm the Yin estate? You're overthinking. Who dares to touch the Yin estate unless they're tired of living? That's one of the few great forces in Yellow Crane Province. Provoking the Yin estate will only lead to death. Discussions were discussions, but everyone's eyes were still fixed on the enormous Yin estate. It was a chaos that had never been seen before. The flames were monstrous, and their sinister tongues were sticking out. As time passed, those with discerning eyes could see that this was obviously not an ordinary fire. Someone had deliberately set it up. In fact, the intensity of the fire did not weaken at all. Instead, it gradually increased and increased. Yin estate. It's him. It's him. Come quickly. The culprit is here. Whistles and shouts rang out. In an instant, countless guards and martial arts practitioners surged out from all directions. Lin Feng stopped and didn't continue walking. With his strength, if he really wanted to set fire, it would be easy to avoid the martial arts practitioners of the Yin estate. Even now, if he wanted to leave, they did not have the strength nor the qualifications to stop him. But what was the use of that? The reason why he was so brazen and so powerful was to draw all the people of the Yin estate over. He wanted to blow up this matter. Have they come? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and his expression was slightly dazed. Naturally, he did not stop for these small fries. Instead, it was because of the 3 faintly discernible auras in the distance that were rushing towards him. Not long after entering the Yin estate, he had sensed these 3 extremely powerful auras that were far superior to other martial arts practitioners. Saints. Without a doubt, one of them was the patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Zhuan. Asking for an audience was useless and a waste of time. The most direct and effective method was to poke a huge hole in the Yin residence by coming here uninvited like this. Perhaps he would put himself in the eye of the storm and stand on the opposite side of the entire Yin family. But so what? As long as he could find Qianqian in the shortest time and prevent her from getting hurt, he was willing to pay any price. So what if he slaughtered the entire Yin family? All kinds of curses and anger rang in his ears. However, Lin Feng's eyes flickered and he slowly opened his hand. With a loud shout, he released the rebirth flame. It was like a ring of fire that suddenly pierced through. In an instant, the sharp flame was like a scythe of death. Bang! It instantly became quiet. Ji Xia's eyes widened. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly realized that the danger around him had disappeared. As for him, he didn't even know what had just happened. His body was enveloped by the dense flames, which seemed to be exactly the same as the flames outside. However, he didn't feel any attack power. Instead, he felt warmth in his heart, as if he was a friend. Without asking, he knew that this was definitely Lin Feng's doing. Looking at the seemingly lonely back, Ji Xia only felt that Lin Feng was becoming taller and taller. He could not see the end of it. But, he's still him. He hasn't changed. Ji Xia smiled lightly. He was still the Lin Feng he knew. He was a man who valued relationships and was willing to sacrifice everything for the people around him. For Qianqian, he dared to go against the entire world. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless martial arts practitioners rushed over from all directions. There was no lack of star sector-level existences among them. Ji Xia's heart trembled. However, when he looked at Lin Feng, his violent heartbeat instantly calmed down. He felt inexplicably safe. He was here. Bang! 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 Lin Feng stood there indifferently, his expression calm and composed. At this moment, the surroundings were already filled with the thick smell of blood. Broken limbs and bones were everywhere. Fresh blood covered the ground. It was like purgatory on earth. In a short time, tens of thousands of people had died. They were all dead. No one was injured. As long as they were hit by Lin Feng's attack, only death would await them. There were indeed many martial arts practitioners in the Yin family. Tens of thousands of them had died, but they were still coming in waves. More and more people were coming in circles, surrounding Lin Feng and Ji Xia. Ji Xia looked around with a guilty conscience. His heart was beating rapidly. He had never seen such a situation before. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still calm and did not say a word. Within 1,000 meters, raging flames burned in a ring. This seemed to be a warning and a deterrent. Even if it did not have any power, no one dared to take a step forward. Because once they did, they would be attacked mercilessly by Lin Feng. Kill. His aura was so hot that it was suffocating. No one dared to speak for fear of angering this killing god. No matter how many people there were, every martial arts practitioner felt a chill in their hearts. They did not feel safe at all. There was only that black figure and the ferocious flames in front of them. They could not feel the existence of their companions. They were scared of being killed. When had the Yin residents ever suffered such a disaster? The black-clothed youth in front of them was like a demon that appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he existed only for killing. They were waiting for the person who could really make decisions in the Yin residence to come. Lin Feng was also waiting for the three of them to come. In a split second, whoosh! Lin Feng opened his eyes. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he raised his head. At this moment, 3 figures in the sky whizzed over like a gust of wind. They brought along Pang Rant's aura and descended like meteors. Patriarch! The Patriarch is here. That's great. The atmosphere that had been silent for a long time finally erupted. Everyone felt that they had a pillar of support and instantly felt more confident. Instantly, they consciously opened up a path. 3 figures emitting majestic auras stepped on the ground and formed a triangle. The leader was a muscular man who was 7 feet tall. He was dressed in mighty star armor and stood proudly like a pillar supporting the heavens. He was the eldest brother, Hongzhan. Behind him, Yu Ming and Yin Zhuan stood on his left and right. Behind the 3 of them, the constellations shone faintly, proving their identities. Hiss! Gasps could be heard in the surroundings. The 3 saints had arrived. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.